30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And he just needs to stop and be the badass, ass-kicking, gun-toting president that we need him to be. He needs to end this war, and then he needs to, worry about the midterms. If he ends this war relatively soon, it's the greatest gift he could give all of his fellow Republicans for midterms.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Please be a little bit patient with me right now as we start the show. We've had some computer issues, but I had to reset my computer and everything, but we should be okay. Dan, what's your daily driver? Your truck? Is that your daily driver?
That's what I drove today. Yesterday I drove the Lambo because I was in that racing mood.
I was pumping gas yesterday at the gas station, and it's unbelievably expensive. And I was thinking, man, if Dan just drives his truck all around, and Dan's day-to-day operations being the show on Monday and Tuesdays, which you don't care what, nobody see, you're not trying to,
It's pitch black.
yeah, you're not necessarily trying to floss when you're driving to the show, I don't think.
No.
I know there's that one Karen that used to jog at 4:30 in the morning, and you used to like to kind of side pipe her a little bit. But,
I'm sure she got hit by somebody because she was reckless.
So, Lummy, I'm getting all this nonsense, all this snap stuff.
But Bubba, I drove the Lambo yesterday and filled it up, and I was amazed. It was $5.10 a gallon.
Yeah, because you got to run the 93 Willie, don't you?
Yeah, I got to run the good stuff.
But I was thinking, okay, so Monday and Tuesday you roll to the station, and then from here I think you go to office.
Yes.
And that's when you see your patients, and that's when I think you're doing your pre-op because your surgeries are Wednesday, Thursday.
Usually, yes.
Yes. So, from Monday, Tuesday, from here you go to the office. You're probably, you pull up into your little garage overhang, Willie. Nobody really sees you. You're not trying to impress any hot 28-year-old or anything like that. And then, so that can be all truck. And then, Wednesday, Thursday, I think you report directly to the TOS.
Yes.
And your car's car, that's just parked in the back. Nobody really, all the people that work there know what you got, so.
I mix it up sometimes.
Yeah. But I was thinking, man, do you plug it in every night, your truck?
Almost.
And so, if you're not.
It says to, only charge it to 80%. And
That's what Tarek
I can't
told
do that.
me.
I can't do that.
Tarek
I go straight to 100.
Tarek's like, well, for battery life, you're only supposed to charge it to 80%. And that extends the battery. I'm like, man, I'm going to charge mine up to 100.
Because its performance is better at 100 too. That crazy 0 to 60 doesn't happen at 60%. It happens at 90+%.
Plus, you can get. You want that extra 20 showing off horsepower so that you got it in case you need to do a couple quick launches off the Willie.
Right. I've only gotten it down to 20% once.
So what I'm saying is, on your average week of travel, less maybe a hot date on Friday night, I would just be driving the truck all around, not even having to go to the gas station, not even deal with the humanity that goes to the gas station and $5.13 a gallon.
Yes, well, again, the gas prices are outrageous right now. I agree with that, and obviously this war has massively impacted gas prices, which is going to trickle down to the rest of the economy. And so I understand the pain associated with this war.
Oh my God! So you wouldn't believe I go to the racetrack, let me up at my house.
Yeah.
Because I got the racetrack rewards where I get like 3 to 10 cents off a gallon based on whatever. And so, man, just everybody in racetracks and Wawas and these places have 8 to 10 islands full of gas, And everybody just seemed, I was kind of looking at everybody that was filling, a couple of dudes were filling their diesel trucks up, and a couple of,
Do you know what diesel is?
Diesel's is almost $6, ain't it?
Is it?
It's like $1 more than what regular
So you can just feel the vibe at the gas tank as to just how pissed everybody is. Like it's nobody's bebopping around singing. Everybody's just sitting there taking it right in the shorts. As it never. Remember back in the day, man, the gallons would go faster than the dollars.
Yes.
Now, man, it looks like the gallons are on creep.
Right.
It's
like that third dial on your power meter.
Yes.
That doesn't quite move.
Yeah. But that first dial's winging.
Zinging. Yes.
So now now that you've had your Tesla truck for quite a while, have you noticed at all? Well, I think unilaterally power has gone up, just even if you didn't have a 50 amp circuit for your Tesla, but I think power has unilaterally gone up. But have you noticed that big? Well,
not really.
You also have, less people living in your house. So, and listen, young kids and women are power hogs. Me and Merch Crick get in some of the biggest arguments. I feel like I'm my dad. I'm like, because she just leaves the lights on. Mm-hmm. She goes to the bathroom, leaves the lights on. She goes out to the kitchen, leaves the lights on. She'll go back into the bathroom. She doesn't have to turn the lights back on. She just, because they're still on from where she was before.
Do you know what's all that? Is those little, electric eye lights
Those
in the
motion
bathroom.
detector willies?
Yeah, especially for the bathrooms, because, so many people forget that one.
Of all $10.
Your home power bill, even with the Tesla, might be going down because you got, on the average, 3 less people rolling up in there 7 days a week. It's just you.
When I first got the Tesla, I was really paying attention to the power bills, and they didn't seem to change much. $50, $100, $80, $60, not much.
I mean, man,
like the amount of one fill up now is essentially what I could run my whole truck on for the whole month.
If I don't have a truck payment because I paid off my truck,
nice,
and although I only own half of it. Because my sister co-signed on it, which is really helping me out in some situations. So what I'm saying is, I've often thought about getting an electric, like a Tesla of some way, shape, or form, but I don't want the car payment. I don't want. Dan, what's
F-150s are still going for massive amounts of money.
I know,
those cars are so weird how they hold their value.
And mine is.
Cherry.
I mean, you guys see, mine's nice.
Yes, it is.
Although, Lummy, I got to one of these days take it over to Adam because I got somehow some kind of lower door ding on it. I don't know if the car wash did it.
Damn, Merch Crick.
Merch Crick. Merch Crick's tough. On she told her bins, and she's already hit a couple of things with my truck, and she's tough on vehicles. She really is, little thing. She's so little, but man, she's tough on vehicles. So anyway, I've often thought about getting, because I'm intrigued by Tara's Tesla. I'm absolutely intrigued by it, but I just don't want a car payment, and I got to think.
Well, you could probably get a Tesla 3. And have a minimal payment, if any. Maybe just put a few $1,000s in. I really bet your truck is worth more than you think.
No, but I don't want to trade my truck in. I'm keeping my truck forever.
You want the truck? There's no other truck in the family now?
Well, Merch Crick's got her 96, F-350 Mexican Mobile.
But why do you need two?
Well, because she just always has to have a truck.
Man, you gotta have two.
Yeah, you gotta have
his own truck.
Yeah, I mean,
I
can't bitch out and be driving her '96 Mexican mobile. I got to have my badass F350 with the aftermarket Raptor grill and the light package.
Your pickup's nice.
It is. So anyway, I don't even know why I'm completely do not want a car payment at all. I want to try to start saving money now that we go to the new studios.
But think about what you're paying in gas right now versus, Yeah,
I don't really drive that much. I mean, I just drive to and from the studio, and I got and let me to keep miles off of. I think I'm selling the. I've already given it to him. I just got to transfer the title over to him. But Bobby from Live Fast Towing, I gave him the smart car.
Oh, nice.
And so he wants. I think they're going for like. I think they're going for like $5 or $6 grand, but I don't know if I'm going to charge him that. He's done so much. He's moved the sheds. He's already moved your goat shed, Lummy.
Yeah, thank you.
He's moving 2 containers and the big shed this weekend to get them all moved. And moving those containers is a big job. Like that's a lot. That takes a lot. So, I may just end up gifting it to him. I don't know. He's got the cream machine that he's on the final phases of having this homeless guy take this a putty knife and scrape, all of the wrap, the old wrap that we had on it. Because I just want to paint. I want to have Adam from Fenderworks just maybe paint it flat black. But here's the thing. Do I really need the cream machine?
Nope.
I don't think I do.
No, you should dump all of it and buy like a Tesla 3.
No. I should dump all of it and save the money.
Oh.
There you go.
I mean, I'm just
if you
saying.
if you want to keep 2 trucks and then like a nice,
quiet
the thing, Tesla that you could zip around.
But here's the thing, Danny, is that once I don't have this huge building and rent and power and everything, where I'm going to be saving quite a bit of money not being here. And so I could really dedicate to really making the cream machine a mobile podcasting deal, and we could,
that's an interesting concept.
We could drive that to like a Bucks game and get Bucks fans
and have a little studio inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense of any use of that so far.
Your racing, your racing gigs.
Yeah, drive it up to the track and
interview people there.
Yeah, interview the winners. Drivers. And Macho.
That makes sense.
Macho, I don't think it would really. I mean, you got to have. I think it would only be. It would be a 4-banger, so it would be 4 total people. But Macho, I think you could permanently mount cameras on the side, and it wouldn't be really that big a deal because none of it would be live. It would all just be tape. You'd be taping it all.
You saw OnlyFans stuff in there too. Well camered.
You could have some chicks in there, but Macho Man, I mean, what do you think you would need budget-wise with regards to camera, computer? What do you think? 3-4 grand?
I'm sorry, I was out of the room talking to Merch Craig.
I said, how did your arms go yesterday when you were supersetting? Did you get a good tricep pump? What I was saying, Mach, is if I was to finally step up and listen, this move and getting our studio set up is just been. I really listen, not to get off the topic, but I almost went to the hospital last night for my kidney stone, Dan.
Oh, no.
I've still not passed it.
Telling you, man.
And I almost went to the hospital. I was writhing in pain. I was actually crying. I was actually like tearing up. I was in so much pain.
Oh no, Bubba.
And I'm just like, but I've been through the process of going to the hospital because I could not endure the pain anymore, and I even chat GPT'd it, and it's the same. It's the same thing that I've been through on the 16 kidney stones that I've had. I've only gone to the hospital 2 times, one of which was the very first time that I got a kidney stone, and I didn't know what I was going through. But then once
that's got to be a shocker the first time. I'm like, oh my God, my whole body's ripping apart.
I thought I was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
So
can't imagine.
So they actually, I don't know if you remember this old hospital in St. Pete called Edward White.
Yes.
So they took me to the Edward
White.
Right
off the interstate?
Yeah, right off the interstate. They take me there. They diagnose what it is. They admit me. because I had good insurance. I had that Clear Channel insurance, Lummy, that Aetna Willie. They admit me. They, run basically a bag full of like what's Dilaudid or like Dan. What are they? I don't know, morphine.
Usually put like
something
fentanyl now.
And so they ran a bag of that through me, which at that point I was fuzzy time. Like, I mean, literally somebody could have hit me in the head with a baseball bat, and I was like, and then they just started pumping me full of saline, and eventually I passed it. But it was a $3,500 copay.
Well, dude, I can do a zero copay, slap a couple bags of fluids in you, and you may just pass the stone. Let me just hyperhydrate you.
I might do that.
I might just chill and hang a bag,
But stress has always been the culprit of my kidney stones, and I've never been that guy that was like too much of a believer that stress can wreak havoc on your body and can absolutely turn your health upside down. I've never been
proven.
I know, but I've always been like, man, just tough it out. Stress. What stress? Just be a man. But man, as I get older, I'm like, man, stress really does make a difference in your health, in your healthiness. And this move and getting, moving out of this facility where I lived here for 5 years. I've occupied the building for 15. It just takes it's just a lot of stress. Thank God for the Bobbies, and thank God from the Aaron from Average Joe's that gives us the dump trailer. And we got and Greg from New York, and Bob Cook, and Big Rad, and Travis, and just everybody, Mitch the Mark, Teese, just Bob Cook, everybody that's helped make this process easier. And so once I get the move done and the studio's built, then I can start kind of maybe working on long-term projects that I've always kind of blown off that I think could be good for the show if we get off our lazy asses and actually implement them. And Macho, my question to you, if you're listening, is, what's your estimation of getting the cream machine fully, broad, like not on air, not live, but just to be able to tape from inside the cream machine? Probably need 4 cameras, 4 whatevers, a computer. What do you think you could do it budget wise? $5,000?
I think that's reasonable. Yes.
Yeah. So, if I could do that.
So the electronics of the podcast setup's about $5,000?
Yeah. That's what Macho says.
Plus you need a table?
Well, no, I was just thinking, no.
How would you do that part?
I would just have like 4 chairs, kind of like that chair on the stage, like that kind of deal. Like either 4 bar stools or 4 chairs that are mounted and bolted to the ground so that when you drive it to said destination,
they're not all in the one corner.
you screw them down, through the floor, through one of the legs. You make it a 4-camera shoot if you need 4. The reason why I'm thinking 4, Lummy, is I could take the first, second, and third place drivers, and then I'd be the host.
There you go.
And you do a 4-banger. And so I think I'm gonna keep the cream machine, because once we get our act together, the studio built, the podcasting area built. Once I get all that built, I can dedicate more time to the cream machine. It already runs perfect. Like Bobby Lummy, he's already got it dialed in. It's perfect running. I just need Adam to paint it flat black with just a big Bubba Army logo, and then have Macho put the guts in. And I think that would be something that we could take out and about. Now that we know that it's fully, like, it's reliable, it's not going to break down, And at the end of the day, Lummy, once I got it to Ocala, I could just keep it up there and park it underneath, the tech shed and keep it plugged in.
How do you run? Now, here's my dumb question here. How do you run all that equipment? Do you have like a generator? Do you have a big battery for it, a secondary battery?
Well, 2 things. One, I could bring a generator.
But it's loud, though, right?
No, you just...
You got quiet ones.
Well, not only that, but you just move it like,
outside the compartment of the truck.
From like here to your truck, and then plug in an extension cord and
like an external generator, like a portable generator, and just sort of like you take the wires outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Macho,
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just really curious.
I'm sure, Macho Man. I think we have shore power on there, Macho Man, so we could maybe just hook up to 110. You know. So
just
Macho,
make sure we have the AC in there for you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to put.
Yeah, you got to have AC.
Yep.
Is there AC in the back now?
No. That's
Except
one
to put a
thing.
mini split.
No, you put one of those RV units in there.
Exactly.
Those are about 1,500.
That'd be ideal for the noise, yeah.
Yes, those are about 1,500. And Macho, you could backload it so that it was the very back part of the unit, fire in one way, and then So yeah, I think we're gonna keep it. I'm gonna get rid of. I've already gotten rid of the smart car. And then, this cream machine is, once Bobby gets it completely, the Raptor off of it, then we can start that process and, have a complete mobile broadcasting studio. Like, Lummy, you could even go to the Buck games.
Yeah.
And, bring Buccaneer fans in that wanted to talk Bucks.
Yeah.
Or the USF game or anything.
Anyway, yeah.
Or Dan, go down to Gasparilla.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Some of the,
get into my van.
Free candy. Yeah. Free candy. So anyway.
With all the cameras.
Yeah. So, Lummy, we got to get a hold of Austin because we've got to do something with those goats. They've eaten it all. There's nothing left.
Yeah. I know. Yeah,
they've eaten it all. There's nothing left. They've eaten it all.
They took care of it quicker than we.
Dan, we put them in this very, very dense area of Merch Creek's new property. Mm-hmm. It's you've not seen it yet, have you, Dan?
No,
you missed the party.
You
missed the party. Man, how did you miss the party?
His eye was
I was in a doctor's office getting lasered in my eyeball.
Oh, that's right. You had an eyeball, Willie.
Which is getting so much.
Well,
I'm almost back. It's great.
What I did have, Mr.
Uncle Eric 25.
Thank you, Uncle Eric. I did have, the leader of the Diacos, one Stephen A., along with his lovely wife, showed up at my little birthday party last Saturday. So that was kind of Lummy, like just kind of a really, really small get together, and also kind of showing everybody I think, Lummy, what type of feedback did you hear? Because we've been talking about the new studios, and now you can visualize them. The only thing that's not there yet is the furniture, but you can see the building, you can see our vision, you can, it's probably 70% done except for the equipment. But everybody that I talked to was like, wow.
Everyone loved it.
This is way better than what you got. Just listen.
Is the studio like a hop, skip, and a jump from the place?
From where?
From where you're living?
It's the same property.
Oh, it's on the property?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's in the three-car garage portion of the property that I live with at Merch Creek.
I thought it was a separate location.
No, it's about from here, like the front door to the studios. With regards to the side door to my house, is probably from here to your truck.
Okay.
With a pool in between.
Okay, kind of like my setup with like the carriage house and the house and the pool between them.
But less distance.
Okay.
Probably half as much.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited. Lummy, what did you hear?
I heard the same stuff. I mean, everyone absolutely loved it. Yeah. There wasn't one bad anything.
So realistically, Lummy, I'll get rid of the smart car. Truly turn the cream machine into a broadcast Willie. And start doing more stuff.
Perfect.
Get off my lazy ass. Listen, I've just
What about the Crown Vic? You can get rid of the Crown Vic?
Oh, never. That's my daily driver. Like when I drive to the track, which from the new house is exactly 59 minutes, or like I don't know how many miles it is, but like Dan, why put all those miles on my truck when they're just highway miles? Mm-hmm. And the Crown Vic is solid, like it's solid. So, yes, it's got
And that's not going to have like the same value as an equal flip trade for a Tesla 3 either.
No, that thing, you know what that thing's, I mean, first of all, you can sell them for $3 or $4 grand now because everybody's trying to buy them because every racetrack, dirt and asphalt in Florida now has a 4.6 Crown Vic division, and everybody's buying them up. I think Cletus McFarland has over 100. He has over 100.
Jesus.
So, I mean, like I bought mine from West Palm Beach Municipality on govdeals.com, Lummy, that government auction site. I bought it, I think, 8 or 9 years ago for $750. It had 145,000 miles on it. I've put 60,000 miles on it, and the only thing I've done is changed a fuel pump. And sometimes some of the coil packs on the ignition coil packs, they go bad, but you can buy like 8 coil packs for like $115. I keep the oil changed every 5,000. I use Redline synthetic, and that thing's a beast. Dan, that thing will do 150. Now, I don't necessarily trust the cheap tires. I don't have any Toyos on there.
Start getting the shakes around 110.
I can go 150. I wouldn't have a car failure. I'd have a tire failure. With the cheap ones that I got on now, my next set of tires, I'm going to put Toyos on.
Oh, good.
That way I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Perfect.
So, no, Dan, I'm going to keep the Crown Vic because that's just, I'm never going to be able to get what it's really worth. And I don't want to, it's my daily driver into here for the remaining 3 weeks. Did you know, Lummy, we only got like 3 more weeks?
I know, it's getting close.
Like 3 more weeks. That's it.
Are you going to be like that Spirit pilot and get all teary?
Kinda, probably, on that last show. I mean, think of...
It's not your last show ever. It's just your last show before you upgrade.
I know, but it's just...
it's like your last show in the old car.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful to this place because there was some good times here. There were some great times here. Just the business has changed. You don't need as big of a space because, you don't have strippers coming in anymore, so you don't need the shower or the stripper pole. You don't have bands that come in and do performances, so you don't need the stage. You don't necessarily need a large area for a green room. You don't need the upstairs for merchandise and for me to live. So it's like... This place has been such a great place, and I've been here for 11 years. Mark Tate and Paulie, my landlords, they've been so great to me. But it's, the business has changed where everything's downsizing, and you can get a really, really, really good, bigger-than-life look in a smaller space. And and my lease is up, so it's like, it's just, I'm not going to sign another 5 to 7-year lease. When I got, a place that, Merch Creek bought this new home for us. By the way, it's completely in Merch Creek's name. I have nothing to do with it. I actually have, I think, Brian working on a contract for me, Lummy, in case the Merch Creek would ever want to kick me out. She still has to allow me access to the studios. She's like, I would never do that. I'm like, listen, stranger things have happened in my life. I need this... I mean, Lummy, if I'd piss her off or she'd find some hot dude at the gym, which that's happened to me before too, she finds some spin instructor all of a sudden that's blowing smoke up her ass. Next thing you know, she, says, we're done. She breaks up with me.
Yeah, but Merch Creek doesn't go anywhere.
And then she, she's got, Hans and Franz looking dude coming over there, and she says, listen, it's a little uncomfortable because I got this new dude that I'm seeing, and I'm tired of your bull crap, and don't forget this house is completely in my name, and you can't ever come on this. I'm actually trespassing you.
She'd have her thick boyfriend escort you off.
What am I gonna do? Bring Macho Man?
Oh, maybe bring Iggy.
Well, listen, if I need to bring the guy, I'll bring Ty J, I'll bring you, Lummy, I'll bring Lasker and the Outlaws, I'll bring, Iggy, I'll bring Adam from Fenderworks. I can bring the muscle, but, I don't want to have to do that.
Bring Rob Kahn just to
Rob Kahn, yeah. So I saw this, and Lummy, I made sure that this wasn't AI.
Oh, no, it's not. It's all
I know, but I actually researched it to make sure it wasn't AI. And it wasn't. It's not. So this guy's got he drives a bakery truck in New Jersey. like a bread bakery truck that stops from, store to store and loads them up on their, donuts or their bread or whatever bakery, whatever bakery business he works for, whether it's Edmonds, I don't know. But it's a big bakery truck, and he's driving down the highway that is right beside the Newark airport. Now, just like here in Tampa, TPA, just like Tampa, when you're going, there's a certain portion of the highway where there could be a plane right over you. Like literally.
All the time.
Oh,
yeah. Expressway.
All the
regularly.
time. Yeah. But now the difference is they got these built-in step downs. They're called the glide slope step downs, where the planes would hit those before they hit a car. So they actually have like these
say it again. A
glide slope step downs. And I don't know if that's what they're officially called, Dan, but above the highway, they got these big, like these big pieces of metal with lights on them, and the plane would hit those before they would hit a car.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Lummy, look what just happened. Complete.
Jesus.
God damn it. Look.
Yeah,
that's your screen too.
Yeah, it's a bit blank. It deleted everything.
It's the third time that it's happened this morning. Yeah.
Today? Oh, no.
And yeah, it is a glide slope. It's an
hold
instrument
on.
landing system.
Yeah, there you go.
ILS.
I was always told, it's an ILS, but it was like my in the hours that I got was so very fortunate to be able to sit shoulder to shoulder with Mike Tidwell. He would, and I have like 600 hours in the right seat, and he would teach me stuff, like I knew how to talk on the radio, and and that's what those were. Glide slope indicators, but he would call them step downs because they go, they start higher and then they step it down as you get closer to the runway, but it also protects the cars and the trucks on the highway without going through what I was going to show you. So, Lummy, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to spend the 5 minutes and 20 seconds of trying to get my stuff back. Macho, all right, hold on, Macho. What are you doing here? Macho, talk to me.
Making sure you don't have a bug.
Okay. Hope I don't got a bug.
Oh boy.
Who wants a bug?
Nobody wants a bug. Bugs are bad. So I'm gonna go into words. We're gonna try to get me back online.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yep.
Back in a minute. Stand by.
He's a good guy, even though he's a...
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
But it seems like you can go to and hit restore. It'll. All right, so you can, yeah. I can do it from here. Yeah, restore pages. There we go. We're good. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to burn some of these off. I can do it from here. Yeah, restore. I know that I'm.
No, I did by accident.
He had me.
It was an accident.
I was like, what are you doing for me? Yeah.
By the way,
I
we're
changed
gonna start reading
it.
We're gonna start reading emails. If you guys want to email us,
Okay, so yeah.
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com. I don't know what Macho Man's doing. I can't take
Bubba,
it.
if you can close some of those Facebook tabs, that's probably what's eating up a lot of.
Well, I know that. I was trying to burn them off.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I don't know if you rebooted now.
Oh fuck me.
Hey, Lummy, I got it from here.
Okay. Macho, he's got it from here.
Fuck.
The whole thing?
Well, I'm fucked. I gotta start burning some of these fucking stories up, but I can't. Macho's got to build me a fucking computer that I can have like 100 tabs open.
But certainly like 30 reliably.
Well, there's just so much I have to monitor and have ready to go. And now that Lummy's got me do these fucking videos that I commentate after the show, I have to have those open, and I don't know what the fuck is going on right now.
I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. Is it a memory problem?
I don't know. I gotta get. I don't know what the fuck. Just.
Can you go to Apple's? Is it worth the extra $400 computer just to have the?
We need to go to Apple.
Does it not work with this stuff?
We got to go to Apple.
They never crash, dude.
I know.
When I was in law school, I never crashed. I saw
34
people PCs crashing every exam.
I know. I got 2 minutes and 34 seconds to get my life.
I'll be quiet.
No, it's okay, lover. I just.
Stay on the chat. All right, guys.
My patient's crashing.
New York Greg, good morning. Bob Cook.
New York Greg, I love you. I need your help.
Kenny Powers, 205.
God damn it!
Johnny K. Steel Slinger. Inzer, Berto, Dirt Merchant, Kenny Powers.
2 minutes. Come on, fucking computer. Reboot your fucking self.
Gulf of America. Thank you, Kenny Powers. Mike from Mass.
Fucking ridiculous.
Trash guy. Snug Slayer. Katie Zog. Again, Ned's Herbst, that was accidental filming.
Macho, I mean,
too fast.
Lummy,
Yeah.
Macho's got to be able to build me a fucking supercomputer.
That's what we were talking about that.
Like, I mean,
he's got one in mind.
Well, this shit just
Because the memory just keeps.
it,
Very white.
and I have to have a certain amount of it open because
Well, yeah.
we're fucked. I mean, we're fucked. We're absolutely fucked.
Pedro.
Come here, look. It just keeps getting. Now we're a minute out,
Yeah.
and I have nothing, not a fucking thing.
It's just restarting super slow. It's the memory.
Well, why can't we put more in it?
I think he's put as much as you can in that CPU. He's got a perfect computer he wants to buy or build.
Hello, Pilot. Mad Dog. Manny Jax.
What am I gonna do?
Ashley.
I'm hoping that it's able
I have
to be
nothing.
restored.
I have fucking nothing.
Upset.
And I was trying to burn up these fucking little itty bitty stories. I was trying to build up the fucking Newark deal. I had a fucking COVID deal. Look at this.
Jeffries.
Okay, Macho, leave me alone. Let me see if I can get this fucking thing to go.
Ryan. Bubba.
From your friends at GetAbox.com, introducing the all-new Mini Box.
Oh my gosh, Rob, have you seen my new mini box? It's so small it fits right in my pocket or tucks away discreetly behind the TV. You'd never even know it was there.
No way, Gabby. That thing is tiny. Does it still get all the programming GetAbox is famous for?
All of it. And the mini box records straight to a
Mask of
USB
Mr.
drive,
Kennedy.
so you can save anything and watch it whenever you want.
And the price? Mini 2. Right now, use promo code BUBBA at checkout and get $25 off your mini box at GetAbox.com. That's promo code BUBBA.
I've got an idea.
Time to man up.
I gotta poop so bad.
Man up and be brutally honest.
And you're calling me crazy?
Or I'm gonna kill you. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Macho Man, if we had a Mac, would it be better?
Yeah, we were going to get you a Mac for the new place. The new Mac studio is badass, and it's $4,000.
Yeah,
how much? Would it be worth it? $4,000.
And I'll never run into this bull crap again, though, will I?
Nope.
No. I'm gonna start burning these stories off, Lummy, right now because I got.
Oh my God, you got some.
Yeah, I think I got something here, Lummy. So here is and I was treading water last time, being overly descriptive of the story because I was trying to get my computer to reset it. It was giving me buffering. So I'm over here wading water, trying to hit 30 or 31 so I can, go out and get into commercials and then continue to allow my computer to buffer, restart, yippee-yo. So I'm going to start burning stories at an alarming rate.
Perfect.
Here is the bakery delivery truck happened to be driving by the glide slope or the landing or a runway of the Newark, the New Jersey Newark airport, which arguably is one of the, probably top 10 busiest airports in America. I don't know if they don't have the glide slope, ILS step down lighting protection system that protects vehicles that are driving beside the runway. I know we have it in Tampa and other places, but if they had that system,
I don't think they do. I have a picture, but I'm kind of scared to send it to you.
Let me play this and burn it.
You don't
So
crash.
this poor guy, he's just driving. He's just Johnny bakery truck driver, just driving to the next place to drop off some bread, and this plane comes in too low. And watch. I mean, it's pretty graphic. And does the guy die?
No. He just had some scratches, some injuries.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I would have. Dan, tell me right now, if you suffered this, that you would not have so much anxiety anytime you drove by an airport. Watch this. You haven't even seen it yet. So he kind of sees this plane's coming in. He kind of sees. Look at him. He's like, "What's going on?"
He's like, that plane's a little low.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. He didn't see it till the last second.
Right,
He couldn't do anything.
And it shows, now this shows a different cam, like a wider shot, and you can see he's like in a day cab. Like in a day cab.
What does
there.
day cab mean?
Like a day cab is like a
There's no
semi,
sleeper.
a semi that doesn't have a sleeper. It just got a.
Oh, okay. More like a regional, not like a cross
so
country
it'd be
one.
like a guy that's driving from
Okay.
like a Publix drive, like all the Publix
Delivery
trucks.
guys, right.
All the Publix trucks are day cabs because they're just doing
Regional stuff.
Yeah, like they may go Lakeland to Miami, Lakeland to Jacksonville, Lakeland to Atlanta. Like they're just day trips.
They're single cabs.
Yeah, they're made for just, maybe carrying a buddy. They're not made to, you're not sleeping overnight.
Living in it for 2 weeks at a time.
You're doing an 8-hour shift at best.
Gotcha.
Here's a different angle of it.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad
So the picture I was going to send you was the plane
Send it
shows
to me.
right
Send
on.
it to me. Send it to me now that I, whatever.
It's just that picture.
This one right here?
Yeah.
All right, hold on here.
Is the aftermath?
So that's the plane now.
Oh!
Yeah, so there you
It's
go.
not like a little plane. It was a giant jet.
Yeah, it was a 7.
Oh, my God.
727, 737, 777, A30 air bus, whatever. It's not, it's a big passenger plane. And the landing gear, Lummy, it's not a wonder he didn't clip this wall, too.
No kidding.
So this is the picture. The guy's driving a semi, and this United flight, 19 or 49er, coming in too low.
But wait a second, Bubba. Something's wrong here. Maybe because he looked to his right, and the plane came from his right, but that plane's coming from his left. Do you see the problem with this?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, unless
he was looking to the right and it got hit from the other side, but it looked like it knocked it from the right.
Yeah, and maybe the camera was inverted. A lot of times it looks reverse on a camera.
But you drive from the left side.
No, I know.
He wasn't in Europe, right? This is America.
It looked like the plane hit his passenger side first, and it actually looked as if it was going opposite direction than this.
Yes.
So I don't know. But I know, this is the picture.
AI zonk.
No, not at all. I mean, Lummy,
no, and I'm just it's on everywhere. It's on legitimate.
Yeah, I mean,
sites.
like it's
mean,
not.
But the only thing is, I understand the inverted camera deal, but then he'd be driving from the passenger side, and that would be Europe, or he's a mailman.
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, it makes sense.
Unless you got ABC.
But I'm not gonna start going down that. It is what it is, believe it or not. But I did research it. But the still photo from the parking lot leads me to believe that something's not right here.
Huh.
Something's not right. So let me look at this. This. Thank God, this umpire was able to kind of shake it off and walk off the field. I don't think he continued umpiring the rest of the game. But a foul. I think the foul ball went under his face mask and completely knocked him out.
Louisiana native fouls that one off the mask of Mr. Kennedy, and my goodness.
Now look.
Oh, man.
He's out.
Looks like Tua.
That's not good. He got popped. Looked like he went straight back, and he is
down goes
not at a good
Frazier.
spot right now. I did see his eyes open.
They are rolled back in his head, but they are open. Here we go.
Louisiana native. Fouls that one off the mask.
And then he just falls straight down like a gorilla in the mist.
That's brutal.
Louisiana native. Fouls that one off the mask of Mr. Kennedy, and my goodness. That's not good.
I mean, Dan, it would be the same as like taking an uppercut from Mike Tyson.
Yeah, at 115 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, isn't some of the velos or the velo off the bat? They're over 100, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
usually, yeah.
If that's 90 something, that's probably would hit him at like 130.
Especially with an aluminum bat.
Yes.
Like this is not.
Oh, it's aluminum.
Yeah, this is an aluminum.
College.
Okay.
So they say like velos off aluminum bats are usually 10 to 15 plus, meaning faster. That's why they don't use aluminum bats in the big leagues, Dan, because it would kill them.
It would be home run derby.
Well, it would be home run derby, but anything.
But the speed is dangerous.
Yes.
That's the argument.
Yeah.
It's not the scoring problem. It's the speed problem.
It's the velocity off the bat.
Okay.
So like the average velocity off of a bat in the big leagues, if you're 108 or 109, 110, I think that's the upper end. I don't really know, but I think it's.
I've been watching a lot of baseball, and it does seem like when they hit a home run, the velocity off the bat's about like maybe 8 to 10 miles an hour faster than the pitch.
So it says with the identical swing, it could be about 12 to 15 miles an hour faster. Yeah,
just what I said. I was following this. I follow this one dude on X or TikTok or something, Lummy, and he does nothing but tests bats. And he's obviously a guy that probably had a very good college career or maybe even a minor league career, but didn't make it to the big leagues. But he's got just an unbelievable swing, and he tests bats. And I think I just saw him test an aluminum bat, and it was a 90-mile-an-hour pitch. Using an aluminum bat, he launched it 515 feet.
Jesus!
And the velo off of his bat was like 118.
Jeez.
120 off of his bat.
Native.
I mean, this is like
fouls that one off the mask of Mr. Kennedy, and my goodness, that's not good.
Mr. Kennedy, wake up!
But he got popped.
Earth to Kennedy.
Now, footage release. You've seen this, haven't you? Have you seen this, Dan?
This I did see. But one more thing about baseball. The Rays are doing so well. I really enjoyed watching them, and I actually know most of the players are starting now, so it's.
The Rays are scrappy.
Yeah,
they're on small ball.
They're on a 9. They're 9-1 in their last 10. They are 5.5 or 6.5 ahead in the wild card. They're a game or a game and a half behind the Yankees in the AL East, and they're fun to watch. And if their pitching can hold up, Lummy, they got great break. They got with Simpson and Wall. They got great base running skills.
Well,
I think they lead the league in stolen bases, or if not, they're top 5.
They're up there. They're in the top 3, definitely. They're doing small ball. They're butting guys over.
Yeah,
they're stealing.
They're scrappy. Mm-hmm. And I think, Lummy, they got a couple of guys that are on IR that are coming to.
Yeah, it's only going to get better as long as there's no new injuries.
So the Rays, like you said, Dan.
Who's your favorite player?
My favorite player, I like probably the third baseman,
Camarero.
I love him, and I also like who's the guy with
Diaz,
the super fast.
Yeah, Yanni Diaz. I like the Simpson kid.
I like Simpson.
And I
First baseman.
I like the Baker pitcher, and I kind of like the sidearm Kelly guy a little bit.
Is Baker the guy with the beard, right?
Yes.
The tall guy with the beard?
They've been kind of using him now as their save guy.
Yeah, at the end.
And they kind of
He comes out there. He's scary looking, too. He just goes out there like, I hate everybody.
That's what you need as a closer.
And their
exactly.
catcher's pretty good this year.
Force?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's
pretty
Fortes?
tough. I like, let me go. I wonder if I don't think I have my connection at the Rays anymore, but I wonder if we could get a hold of the Rays and we could get some home plate club seats and me, you, Dan.
I'd go.
And, like four of us go.
Yeah.
Me, you, Dan, and Brian or something like that and to catch a game. I got to hook up for parking because I get to park in the I make one call to my boy and we park in the St. Pete police officers cop lot.
I like it.
That's about from here to maybe the end of the stop sign down by the Brinks deal. That's about how far you got to walk.
Which is really nothing.
That's
nothing
nothing
at that point.
Yeah, and even if you pay the $40 and get in the we got Dan, the rich guy, with us, so maybe we pay $40 and even get into that lot that's right across the street.
Okay, we do that.
I think.
I don't want to sweat.
No, but the cop lot's even closer than that, Dan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cop lot.
Oh, okay. Let's do
I
the
blow
cop
a
lot.
call into my St. Pete Willie guy, and he blows a call into the person that's policing the lot, and they let me ride on in.
Perfect.
Look out for this flat black.
Yeah, look for this flat black Crown Vic that says Bubba Army on
With
it.
the green lights going.
I actually think that I'm. By the way, I got to take my Crown Vic in to see Terry tomorrow for just a standard oil change. That's all he's going to do. Maybe put some new wiper blades on it, but I think I'm going to have him pull the Bubba Army stickers off of him just because, I can't road rage and I can't do stuff that I usually used to doing with Bubba Army stickers on there.
Yeah.
I can't be undercover. So I don't necessarily, I'm not using it for a promotional vehicle anymore. I'm going to regulate that on down to the cream machine once we get it up and running. But I'm going to have Terry. Now, Terry forewarned me. He's like, listen, you're going to probably have, two big, four big, haven't been weathered. If you put a sticker or a big sticker on a car, or you got graphics on a car in the Florida sun, especially a car that's been painted black, you're going to have, there's going to be four obvious, areas on the car that are less weathered than the rest of the car. I might be able to take it to Adam and have him just shoot it real fast, or I might just have, I don't care. I don't ever drive that car into, to the dollhouse where I'm trying to be, fancy or nothing like that. So I don't care. I just need my logos off of it. Because it's just, sometimes I got kind of in a road rage situation last time I went to Ocala, and Merch Crick's like, your logos are all over this thing. He's gonna know.
What's he gonna do?
See, that's what I like about my truck. It's just another silver cyber truck. Nothing to identify.
Nothing. Next thing you know, Lummy, he's trolling me at an alarming rate. Footage just released from the third presidential assassination attempt just reignited the debate over women protecting the president. When shots were fired, the three female agents immediately ran away. Should female officers be protecting the leader of the free world? My answer is yes, they should be. The good ones. But first of all, I can just tell you by the looks of these three hags that they're not protecting nothing. I wouldn't send them down to a kid's lemonade stand to protect them.
Wow.
And so, these, wait till you see the cowardness. When crap is going down.
Now, just to clarify, these people are armed.
I think so.
And they look like they have, at least looks like one of them has a vest on.
Well, it looks like this one might have a vest on, or this, I don't know. But they're saying that these are three Secret Service agencies. These are three women that work for Secret Service. I don't know. I don't know. Most Secret Service agents don't have a uniform.
Yeah, I thought they look like TSA.
They look like TSA or like maybe Capitol Police.
And the other thing is, Bubba, when we would do the Buccaneers trips and they had the metal detectors, they were run by TSA agents. We would bring the TSA agents to one Buck place.
You know what?
And do a screening there.
I bet you're dead on.
And those look like TSA patches on their arms, and they're not only not armed, they have zero training in defense. They just know how to run a metal detector.
This might just be somebody that's trying to hate, the Patriot Newswire here, when realistically, I think Dan's correct. I think that when they bring a metal detector in and they're doing screening, the TSA agents are probably more trained than the actual Secret Service guys. They're more trained to protect under adverse conditions like this. And if you look at these girls, they run away, and the men that are in, black jackets that don't have any type of a logo or anything like that, they are the Secret Service because, Secret Service don't have, I'm a Secret Service agent on their coat. They just are undercover. And they have these pins that are on their left or right lapel. And Dan, I don't know if you knew this or not, but I know a really, really he just retired, but a guy that spent 30 plus years with the Secret Service. And based on, they can look at your lapel, Dan, and tell where you're supposed to be, meaning how close. There's like 3 rings of guardianship with the president. And based on the color or the type of pin that you have on your lapel shows you how close you can get to the president. So like if there's a guy that's got, let's say a black pin is the furthest, like you're just like peripherally, outside, you're not, but like let's say a red pin means you can be as close to the president as you want because you're a red pin guy. But if they saw a black pin guy in there, and my colors are probably not correct, but there's 3 or 4 different type of lapel pins that denote your rank and file within how close you are to guarding the president.
Makes sense because they have to understand when they're working together who's supposed to be where.
And they need a quick visual.
Right.
So they can't be saying, hey, buddy, what's your
clearance?
All right. So the reason I know this, too, is because Denzel, my buddy, when Trump came to Terre Haute, the Secret Service always they work in conjunction with Chronister's guys or, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. They work, the Secret Service work in concert with the local law enforcement guys. And the local law enforcement guys, Dan, for the most part, don't get that inner ring,
Of course not.
access.
They're in the outside circle,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
So Denzel was saying, he had he was like a middle of the road guy. So he had a middle, the middle of the road pin, but that's how they can quickly determine if you're in your right spot because you wouldn't want a guy that's supposed to be in the parking lot, up there
covering the president. Right. You try to depending on him to shield the president with his body.
3 steps behind the president's podium.
Right.
So I think Dan's right. I think these women are here just to run the metal detector deal.
So
this is not even an open argument.
They have gloves on too, right?
Yeah, they're 3 TSA screeners, not law enforcement.
This is what you would expect TSA screeners to do.
And they don't have weapons.
When a guy comes running through the detection area with a long rifle and he ain't stopping to get frisked, he's rolling through there shooting. So I'm not going to make fun of or even speculate as to this is really kind of a troll clickbait deal. Should women officers be protecting the leader of the free world? Yeah, trained ones that are part of the agency, sure, they should. But not people that are, TSA agents. So
and not people that are wider than they are tall.
So, and they play some goofy sounds. I shouldn't even play this, but I want to clear my screens. And if you look, So the 3 TSA ladies, when they hear the gunshot, they scram, as they should, because they don't have anything in the form of a firearm to protect them. And look at how the guys that are trained, or there are potentially some women too, the people that are trained and have a firearm, watch them step into action. None of those people retreat.
I hesitated at all. They
No.
immediately, went into position.
And you can't
because they're heroes.
You can't fault these 3 women who were told, listen, you guys are working the metal detectors, okay? Don't let anything through. Look at the boys. Now, the guys, boom, they're up. They're ready to go. Here comes another guy that's trained.
Now he's covering the back. Right. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do.
Yep.
That's the way it's supposed to happen. Bubba, did you see? I've seen a lot of videos of that guy running through. And there is a video that seems to suggest that the Secret Service agent got shot with friendly fire, because I don't see how a guy with a shotgun is going to hit a Secret Service agent and not cause any injuries. It seemed like he was just shot with a bullet, which the other guy didn't have his pistol out.
I don't know.
And if you look, it looks like a guy shooting at the suspect as he's crossing in front of another guy.
I saw the same footage, and I agree with you. And it's going to be interesting to see if the official report.
The official report is out.
Oh, it is.
It is not friendly fire.
It was him.
The guy was wearing a bulletproof vest, and it stopped the.
Good for him. Show. But it was. It came from the bad guy.
That's what they're saying.
Might have been a slug,
what the official report.
It doesn't have to be doesn't have to be buckshot. It could have been a slug.
Okay.
I know in my shotgun, for my home protection, I go every other. I go buckshot, solid slug, buckshot. I actually got some illegal stuff called dragon's breath.
Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, that shoots flying razor blades.
Right.
They actually are. It shoots little ball bearings that have a wire that attaches the 2 ball bearings, and they float like they'll just
I know what you're talking about.
Like almost like a flying knife, where it would literally slice over your arm, and you got these 2 ball bearings that are twirling around in the air, held on by a wire. And it's gonna, almost like the way you cut cheese, Dan.
Right, I understand. Slice them too. That's how Napoleon was so good in the military before he became, the general and emperor of France. He was doing that in a crowd control. He'd have a chain attaching 2 cannonballs and fire them simultaneously, and it would just take out a swath.
It could
of
literally
the crowd.
take down 9 guys that are standing shoulder to shoulder each other. So anyway, I got dragon's breath, then I go slug, and then double lock buck, and then another slug, and then maybe some dragon's breath. I think my shotgun fits 8 and 1. I think something like that.
That's a good magazine capacity.
Yeah, 8 and 1. It's a Mossberg with a pistol grip on it, and that's my first. That's if somebody's breaking into my house, that's what I'm coming out with. I'm not coming out with my 45 handheld. I'm not coming out with my F&N 5.7. I'm coming out with my shotgun, because the first one's double aught buck. But hopefully I wound you. And then my second one's coming in with the slug, now that I've dialed in as to where you are. And then my third one's going to come in with flying ball bearings.
Wow.
And that's
Did you ever see Dave Chappelle? I think did a skit on what he's loaded into his shotgun, and I think he was like, he did birdshot first and then buckshot.
Yeah.
Just almost like a warning thing, like this birdshot's going to hurt you, but it's probably not going to kill you.
Right.
But the next one's going to get you.
Buckshot's going to get you, and then God forbid I can get a slug in you, and then hopefully I can go 4 deep with the flying ball bearings. Hopefully.
So it looks like the officer was struck with some of the buckshot from the shotgun on his bulletproof vest, is what Judge
and a bulletproof vest will absolutely stop buckshot.
Yeah, absolutely. It may not get your neck and some of your arms.
It's not covered.
But it's not gonna get into anything. It's not gonna get into your heart or the back of your spine or anything like that. So,
but the other thing is, at a range of 8 yards or less, buckshot's not going to have a huge opportunity to spread.
Right.
So it's going to be pretty focused, probably in a 6-inch circle, maybe
and
less.
It's going to do a lot of damage if you don't have the right,
Oh, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Buckshot will kill you. One buckshot, one pellet of buckshot can, if it gets you in the right spot, can kill you.
So, Lummy, man, I am you know, Ian Longent was the director, or is the director and producer of Video Killed the Radio Star, and he has been making these shorts and these little reels promoting, you know, their Video Killed the Radio Star. You know, now that the Hogan documentary, although it feels like to me the Netflix Hogan documentary's already lost steam. Like, I feel like it's already lost steam.
Well, a lot of people came out and pretty much just, you know, called Hogan's lies
it
out.
It was just a fluff job.
Yeah.
But Ian has gone and taken various AI and some real like Seth Kushner, for instance. I've taken a lot of crap over that because I published the Seth Kushner testimony. And remember, I was telling Bubba Army, and by the way, if you want to make your own, you can go to our Facebook page, the Bubba Army Facebook page, and we have a little tutorial. Oh, I was going to ask you and Gary Cantrell to maybe update what we have pinned as, you know, at the top of our Facebook page, and maybe update it a little bit. I know that warrior thing has been on there forever. And, you know, maybe update it a little bit on the Facebook gimmick. Like the warrior. I'm done seeing the warrior deal. Maybe put this up there. But, you know, so anyway, I caught a lot of crap for the Seth. Will you find me the Seth Kushner one, would you?
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
And I caught a lot of crap for it. But you know what? I asked Seth to do one for me. And he's like, yeah, you got to pay me. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you know, $100. I'm like, okay, it makes, you know, so I told Mark Tate, hey, listen, Seth, we'll do a testimony, but we got to pay him. He's like, we'll pay him. It makes for an interesting story, you know, due to the fact that he did work over there for 18 years. And so, you know, yes, I fired Seth. Seth ain't coming back. Maybe it was, you know, not necessarily a classy move on my behalf, with regards to playing his testimonial with putting over and talking good about Video Killed the Radio Star. But I figured, Dan, I paid the dude. Like,
it's your property now, man.
Yeah, I own
play it all you want.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
I mean, play it all I want. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a rib, right? It's kind of a rib at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy charged me $105 for it.
Get your money's worth.
Nobody else charged me. And the AI that Ian's been making like this is brilliant.
I love getting knick-knacked by people.
I sent it to you. I just didn't.
Oh, I got
Don't you, Bubba?
What, getting knick-knack paddywhacked by people?
I hate that. It drives me absolutely crazy.
Oh, God.
Mother effer. You mother effer. I guess I got to go like this and then play it and then kind of.
I feel like I just got lied to. Everyone's talking.
You mother. Like, let me. I don't know.
Why is she commentating in lingerie?
Because, Dan, because men like lingerie.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Do you not like lingerie?
Are you going to take this chick? Are you gonna skip this, or are you gonna watch all 15 seconds of her, a hot chick in negligee compared to being in a turtleneck Jones? Just asking for a friend.
I'd rather see her, you know, than Roseanne Barr in, you know, a Mickey Mouse sweater.
I can't get this. I cannot.
It doesn't want to work for you.
And you've been seeing my computer's been doing this now, where
it may be memory, Bubba. It may just be a memory chip.
Like, let me.
It should have muted.
It just. Is this going to do the same thing to me too on the mood? Yeah. Let me burn off some words. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of this too.
I sent you the Seth one on Instagram.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I want you to stay on this channel.
More bullying and brutality after this.
That's real nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Why do you say that, babe? I think they're actually pretty fucking funny, to be honest with you.
Okay, but one time I got a request. What is the...
Let me burn this one. I can't get this one to fucking play.
Everyone's talking.
Like, can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
If I had a hammer right now and I was the old Bubba, I would be just absolutely. Remember when you had your meltdown with your laptop?
Yeah.
I'd be doing that right now.
I don't blame you though. I sent you it on Instagram.
COVID vaccine site.
To see if it plays.
All right. Do you have the Dan?
It's 3B in gold.
What?
On your button bar.
Oh.
Dr. Dan, April 16, 2020. 38 seconds.
All right. Let me just see here. Instagram. And Instagram. Boom.
15 years when the whole tape scandal was going on, we thought Bubba was.
Boom. All right, so that's that. And then this.
Everyone's talking about this Netflix movie, but I just watched. I feel like
I feel like it's Facebook.
It is.
Fuck you, Facebook.
Because it's working on Instagram.
So there's my 2 Instas. This is this chick I'm gonna burn up.
Oh yeah.
I can get rid of this. I can get rid of. I need that, but it might clear itself out eventually. There's Harvey. Now, what else? Where's Dan's?
It's a button bar, 3B. Dr. Dan, April 16, 2020.
Okay, hold on.
In gold.
Button bar, 3B. Got it.
Yep.
This guy's doing a treat.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
So hopefully I can clear some of this shit out.
Okay, last week.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's been slow, guys. Maybe the show sucks.
Thank you, Robert Chabal and Uncle.
Show sucks, let me say it.
Show sucks.
Fucking show sucks.
Cash App.
Fucking trolls are right. I need to fucking just quit. Lummy's a horrible producer.
Yeah.
Dan is MAGA, dick sucker.
Well, I just swing from your balls.
I suck. I'm just absolutely fucking pathetic. Macho sucks.
Gary sucks.
Oh, Gary's fucking. He sucks as bad as I do.
Babyface is cool.
Babyface. Oh, they fucking love Babyface. Babyface is the fucking. And Gene sucks too. They're over Gene's bullshit.
They're all Babyface. Oh, that's a check. What's up, Starboard? Liz. Cable Dog. Good morning.
Hey, Lummy, guess what?
Yes, sir. You suck?
I suck like fuck. I mean, I'm fucking.
New York Greg, $20. Dan's
New York Greg, I gotta talk to you later today, buddy.
Dan's got his knee pads on.
Dan sucks. I suck.
Yeah, anyone tells me I'm sucking, anyone's
Jay sucks.
Robert Chabal, $10.
a mushroom scam.
Jay sucks. Dan sucks. I really suck. Bad. Horrible. Past my prime, Lummy.
Passed it. What's up,
Man,
Liz?
this banana is good as fuck, and I got a PayPal Willie.
What's up, Clint? Clint Grubbs?
Johnny K.
What'd you do, Clint? What'd you finish at?
Love him. $100.
Thank you, Johnny K. Thank you, Robert Chabal.
Best of all time, P1 Willie.
New York Greg, $20.
New York Greg, I love you. I gotta talk to you about that metal gimmick.
We are the only show show that can talk about nothing.
The use of all Bubba-isms is prohibited without the express written consent of Bubba the Love Sponge.
This is not staged. It's not nothing. It's very scientific.
Not in an killing mood.
Right.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, Mushroom Mitch, excited for the new beginning in the Fresh Start Studios. I may call them that. The Fresh Start Studios. Johnny K, the greatest known to man, P1 Willie for life. $100.
New York Greg, 20.
New York Greg, I love him too. No
Robert
homo.
Terrell, $10.
So, Macho Man, are you there? Yeah, I'm just in the middle of supersetting delts right now. Oh, yeah. Got my forearm striations. Oh, yeah. I'm in the middle of a bulk up right now. So, Macho, could I, with your permission, just because, one, Matt Heller is my buddy, and I like, anytime we both, and the Horn has been such a absolute, mainstay of the show. Would it be possible, Macho Man, that we put it upstairs in the furthest corner from where you are? And we put it upstairs. Could we do that, or I'm trying to be mindful of your mentals. I know that you hate it.
I know we talked about building like a sound box for it to help,
maybe we build it up there and we see how it sounds and we put you in your spot where you're going to be. And then, obviously we all sit around and we blow it off and we see how it sounds. And then if you still listen, Big Red or Bob or New York Greg, they could whip up a little box that we put on top of it if So can we first start it, no box, no condom, if you will. And then if we need to, we could build a box for it. Are you good with that, bud?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. I love working with people that want to be here and like me. And I think we finally whittled it down to just, me. Now, not notwithstanding of our unbelievable listen, you and Macho Man and Gary couldn't put on near the program if we didn't have Jay and Dan and Brian and Gene. We need those guys to give the show, a different feel. And each one of those guys have their own lanes. And although I don't tell Dan and Jay and Gene and Brian thank you enough, I'm telling you to your face right now, Dan, and to your brother, thank you so much, because we literally, couldn't do it without your guys' help.
Oh, you're welcome.
And so thank you, Dan. Thanks for all that you do.
You're welcome.
And I almost called you yesterday.
Good thing you didn't.
Because why?
Because I was in the mood.
Oh no, but it wasn't anything to be mad or. I was
okay. I thought you were
It was 5:15. So can you picture where you were? Can you picture where you were yesterday and your mindset exactly at 5:15?
AM or PM?
P. Not AM.
Okay.
There's no reason for me to call you at 5:15 AM unless you are sick, can't make it, in a ditch, whatever. Like you and I.
Yeah, at 5:15 p.m., I was cleaning up urine, so I was not in the mood. Steven actually called me, and it wasn't a good conversation.
So cleaning up urine from what? Dog?
I got a guy to come. My nephew comes over and lets the dog out and plays with him and feeds him and all that stuff. And he's in the kennel for 2 hours. I get home and he's covered in piss. I'm like, what? How do you do this? Why would a dog that never has an accident in the house, never has a problem at all? Maybe he hears the car pull up, gets excited, and pisses all over himself as I'm pulling up. I don't understand it. So I was cleaning up, and then I'd throw him in the pool.
Yeah, to de-piss him.
Yeah, I'd taking a shower with him. So it was just his feet. He was I think he had just pissed, because you could see the outline of it.
But I think that your analogy as to what happened probably is what happened.
He gets excited. He knows the car.
He knows your schedule. He knows the car. And he knows the sound of the car, even though it doesn't make a lot of sound if you're driving, the Tesla. But he misses you, hasn't seen you for probably at this point 10 hours plus, and because I know that you don't go home for lunch.
No, amplify this, Bubba, because I haven't seen him since Thursday.
Because you were at the races.
I was out of town, and the breeder had him for a few days because she was trying to work with him with training.
That's how much he loves you so much.
And I had the Lambo, which is certainly loud enough.
And nothing shows your love more than piss.
Right.
I mean,
that's how I tell you I love you, man.
Yeah. Dan, piss on me so you can show your loyalty to me immediately.
Should be happy, Dr. Dan.
But I almost called because I was with Merch Crick. I'm laying in bed. My pain level is at a 9.75 out of 10. I'm literally crawling out of my skin, almost unglued. I'm actually, call me a pussy, but nobody in this building's ever had a kidney stone. But Dan, probably the doctor, can tell you that the testimonial for those that have had kidney stones is that it's equivalent to childbirth for a man. It is like listen. I got a pretty good tolerance for pain. I've been through multiple surgeries with Dan. I've had drain grenades, blood drain grenades. I'm not a pussy when it comes to having a tolerance for pain. I was whimpering. I was in so much pain. I was whimpering. I was like, oh my God. I mean, I can't. I'm doubled down in a fetal position, and the only position that you can get any relief at all is like laying on your left side. I don't know if that pinches.
Well, maybe some people it's the right side, depends on the stone. But for you on this particular stone, it's the left side?
Right. And I've had a right side stone before too. This is obviously a left side stone. I'm laying, it's 5:15, and I'm like, Erica, I think I need to go to the hospital. And then she's like, okay, we're going. I'm like, no, I'm not, because I think it's like a $4,000 copay. And I know I've only been to the hospital 2 other times. The first one is when I didn't know what this was, and I thought I was having a stroke. And then they determined that it was a kidney stone. And then the only other time I went is when I got to work one day, Lummy, and it hit me bad, and I didn't have any pain pills, and I didn't have any gummies. How I now rectify the pain. And I literally went to the hospital, and this is the only thing they can do for you. If you go to the emergency room with a kidney stone, they usually hook you up to like fentanyl or a Dilaudid or a morphine, but they immediately start an IV with a pain deal to take the pain away. And then they just start hooking you up to a saline flush, and unless it needs to be surgically removed, meaning it's larger than like 12 to 15 millimeters, they are just going to send you home, potentially with a pain pill prescription, but to pass it at home. And the only other thing that deviates from that care is they could potentially do a CT scan to see where in your plumbing, if you will, where it's caught up at and how close you are to the finish line. That's it. And I ain't paying $4,000 for that because I know, that's all you get. That's all you get. Well, I got some pain pills. In the pain pills that I've occurred over the years in the various surgeries, I've hoarded my pain pills. So I always have about 12 hydrocodones or, whatever. And I can take one of those along with like a weed gummy, and that can give me my pain remedy. But so yesterday I take my weed gummy and my I think it's hydrocodone 325, something like that. Mm-hmm. And I take 2 of those and a weed gummy. Well, it takes like 45 minutes or an hour to get that into your system to take the edge off. But for that hour or for that 45 minutes, you're sitting there writhing in pain. You're pounding water to try to make yourself urinate. And, I'm just not. My copay is like $3,500 for an emergency room, kind of deal. I've never gone. So, Dan, that's going to be like I haven't burnt through my copay where things are free now.
Right.
And so
it's early still.
I don't ever go. So I'm going to have to pay $3,500 for them to put me on a pain gimmick, which I got at home, and then flush me out, which I can do by pounding water. Or so I was. Merch Crick's like, well, maybe Dan can run an IV. I know that I heard him, offer that. I'm like, yeah, but it's 5:15. Traffic to Dan's house is going to be at least an hour.
Right.
At least.
It doesn't make sense at that point. But like right after the show today, it makes sense.
Yeah, no, but I'm like,
to hit the preemptive strike, bro.
Maybe. So
why suffer?
So
it's just a needle.
I'm not afraid of the needle.
In an hour, half hour.
I was just in so much pain yesterday. Oh my God. And I don't know where this thing's at and how long it's going to take, but it's been 10 days now that, it's migrated through. Listen, Dan will tell you, when it's over there floating in your kidney or your bladder, it don't hurt. Because it's just floating around.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
it's a nice cube floating around a big old jar.
And it doesn't start hurting until it starts. It lodges itself in the hopper to be excreted out. When it starts down that train track is when this crystallization of a stone starts literally tearing your ureter and your urethra apart.
Why don't you just go get hooked up and suck on some laughing gas for a couple hours and just relax? I mean, right, Dan? Would that be okay?
The laughing gas will take the edge off too.
Yeah, no, trust me, I love that laughing gas. Yeah. I mean, I may try to do.
Suck through a whole can.
I may try to do a quick diversion of Jennifer's attention and steal that. I might be wheeling out with that damn thing. So anyway, Dan, at 5:15, I almost called you just to ask you what I should do, but I answered my own question, and
Yeah, I'm far at that point, but like during the day, I'm close.
I know,
but let me help you while I can.
Maybe we will. I think I'm close to. close. And Lummy, when I finally pass it, I'm gonna cuss that stone out. I'm gonna be like, yeah, but for the last 9 days, I've been peeing in this particular huge tumbler that I've denoted as my pee tumbler. And I pee in it because I want to catch it. Otherwise, if you pee in the toilet, you gotta fish it out of the toilet, and it has
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Well, no,
it's a little fish net, like a little.
It's not really that. Urine in itself. Like, listen.
Well, you hope you just peed in it.
Anytime I go poop, Lummy.
Yeah.
You know how you naturally want to pee when you poop.
Of course.
Yes. You naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
So I do not pee when I poop. Because I don't want to pass it.
I don't have to dig through
then have to dig through the poop.
Right.
Now,
or do some prison flushes.
So, yeah. So what I do now is I pee into a tumbler because I'll catch it that way. But over the years that I didn't catch it in a tumbler, as long as you just pee in a toilet, you can literally reach your hand down in there. It's your own urine and pick it up. Then I immediately set it aside. I wash my hands, and then I get like the pee tumbler, wash it all out. Then I put like rubbing alcohol or a soap solution in that tumbler and put my kidney stone in there and rinse it all off. So now that because sometimes I'll show it to Dan and what have you, but I've rinsed it all off. And really, reaching down in your pee is not that big. Now, you need to wash your hands immediately and don't go make yourself a sandwich and what have you. But I don't think, Dan, that like urine is really that big of a problem.
Urine is sterile unless there's an infection.
Right.
So, yes.
Isn't there various remedies in the wild where, like, if you get a snake bite, you're supposed to pee on it? Or...
It's not snake. It's like jellyfish. Stings sometimes do better. Sometimes poison ivy. Things like that.
But there are instances where...
Yeah, urine will help.
Urine will help.
You get stung by a jellyfish, get peed on, it feels better.
Well, people are asking in chat because this one seems like it's going to be big. Would you put it on a charm and sell it on?
No, I mean, no.
Because there's people here for $20-$30 right now.
I don't.
You could sell your whole collection, dude.
I don't know.
Why not? If you're trying to get rid of stuff you don't need, do you really need your stones?
Yeah.
For what?
But no, I don't. I don't. But man, I mean, that's going to take grifting to a whole nother level. I mean,
Dude, girls are selling urine online. Why not sell your stones?
You are right. There is this OnlyFans girl that I saw right here.
Piper.
Yeah, Piper Raquel reveals that she made $15 million.
She doesn't even get nude.
In just 3 months on OnlyFans, including weird requests like $50,000 to urinate into a bag. Could you please pee into a plastic bag and send it to me? Yeah, I did it. Come on, it was $50,000. And it could be bad money, but I could give it to a homeless person. No, you don't have to give it to anybody. If you're peeing into a Ziploc bag and one of your crazed ass fans wants to pay you $50,000, pee as many Ziploc bags as you can. But at $50,000, right?
Can you imagine how horny these people are, though?
She is hot.
She doesn't get naked.
I mean,
it's just lingerie, and they pay $20.
What is the craziest request?
She is a smoke show. Like, she is hot.
What is the craziest request a guy has asked you?
All right, don't look at me differently. Okay, but one time.
How old is she?
21.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I got a request.
Sorry, 18.
Oh, yeah. 18.
Yeah.
She's made $15
They were
million
like,
already.
could you please pee in a plastic bag and send it to me?
Wait, did you send it?
Yeah, I did. Like, come on now. It was like $50K. And I was like, sometimes you just want to go buy like a Birkin.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, girl. You got to do what you got to do.
Gotta buy your Birkin.
You got to do what you got to do.
Sure,
I mean,
Dad's
honestly,
proud
like,
of
even
her.
if I did it, I could just like give the money to somebody too. Like, not all the money. Yeah, I could be mad.
No, you don't have to give it to anybody, honey. You earn that money, and you're hot as absolute. I mean, listen. Yes, I'm 60 years old, and yes, I'm fretting over an 18-year-old, but I appreciate hot women, and she's hot, and she's an adult. Yes, it might be a tinge creepy, and I'll admit to that, but she's a smoke show. Absolutely.
Like bad money, like gross money, but like
I could do without the ghetto nails. We could half those nails. I do like French manicures, but I don't like the ghetto. I mean, that's a little much for nails.
I could just give it to a homeless person. That's good for the world, right?
Or you can just keep it yourself. And
She ain't giving it to the homeless person. She ain't doing anything.
No,
I like to see the first act of charity that she truly does. If she really made $15 million in 3 months.
How much have you made since starting 3 months ago?
Listen to this. 3 months ago.
Made like almost 15 million.
Now, right now, aren't you the IRS saying, like, are you sure about this? You better be paying us. You better be saving that money.
Let's not make believe with IRS scenarios, my friend. I appreciate you, Danny.
Which is crazy.
Danny,
the IRS is coming for their $5 or $6 million.
I'm not on their birthday card list and/or Christmas card, and I am public enemy number one with these people. They hate me.
She was already making on her YouTube, but like as a kid, between $4 to $7 million a year.
See, like that's like the real.
She's had a following.
Well, yeah,
she already had she had a group of people. She would just like start with nothing and then open up Facebook and make 15.
So when she did her YouTube stuff, that of course all has to be above board. Can't be anything sexual or anything like that.
She did it when she was like 10.
What
11.
I'm saying though, Lummy, is I'm sure as she got closer to 18, a lot of her content was, hey, I'm going to be 18 in a month, and there's a big countdown. And when I'm 18, I can do I can literally go on OnlyFans and do a lot more than what I'm doing here with the patty cake baker's man gimmick.
Was she like showing her feet and stuff like that? Was that like their big? How'd you make money at 16 without being pornographic?
I don't know.
No, she was just doing like these little series with her friends online.
I will tell you, man, she's absolutely naturally no boob job. And nothing against a natural looking boob job, but she's just got like, Dan, you're in the boob business.
She looks like she's a high school kid.
But you can appreciate a nice set of natural boobs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like that's like the real answer. Like no bluffing. Like I'm not trying to like bluff and be higher than it actually is.
Bluff me all you want.
This guy, whenever her biggest fan on OnlyFans, she met the guy who spent over $1 million.
Her John Costica?
Pretty much, yeah. He's a 58-year-old guy, and he told her he's been following her for 6 years.
John's not asked me to pee into a Ziploc bag yet, and you know what? I probably would if he did ask.
Yeah. But
so,
I mean,
John, please don't ask, because I'd have to oblige.
But isn't that creepy, though? The guy at 58, he's been following her since she was 12. And now he's spent $1 million on OnlyFans.
Now, listen, it's already creepy enough, and I'm sure I'm going to catch a bunch of crap for me to fret on her at 18. I'm 60, she's 18. Little creepy. It really is. I mean, she could be my grandchild. But I appreciate beautiful women. She is technically an adult. And I haven't said anything inappropriate other than she's cute and hot, and I appreciate a naturally hot chick. Boom. Call me a bad guy, all you want. So anyway, listen, Ian Longin, the producer and filmmaker of Video Killed the Radio Star, the documentary that way gives you information and the behind the scenes and the effery involved in the dissemination, extortion and dissemination of the Hogan sex tape, and how, Hogan made, tens of, by all accounts, I don't know it to be true, rumor has it, hyperbole, hot news, in my opinion, but from the Cox settlement that was not public to the Gawker settlement, which was public, I was told, don't know it to be true, don't know how reliable it is, but I was told that after it was all said and done, the lawyers were paid, Peter Thiel was paid back, the whole 9 yards, Hogan put $60 million in his pocket. Take home net $60 million. Man, not that I wanted any bit of that, not that I deserve any of it, but what would Hogan have been? I mean, we got hours and hours and hours of him calling the show, begging for a job.
Yes.
There was one Monday that he was supposed to report in at 5:45, and I was going to pay him $100,000 a year to be on the show. And I'm like, Hogan, who we kidding? He's like, brother, for real. I'll be like, I mean, there was a point when he was broker than me. I mean, than I am now.
Wow.
And he had no money. And he was living with me, riding off of my Stingray Chevy deal, my Pete from Wheel Tech deal, my, beepers and phones deal, from free cell phones to free Suburbans. Hogan, rode my coattails for a lot of, of my sponsor benefits that I get. Hogan was right there every step of the way. Don't know what he would have done had he not had a $60 million windfall in his lifetime. So, people can talk bad all about me all they want. It just sucks. Yeah, we're talking about this because it literally, until they put me in my casket, well, I'm never going to be in a casket. I'm getting cremated. Huh. Although, thanks to Dan, I changed my organ donor status. I am no longer an organ donor because Dr. Dan, a real-life doctor, says that how aggressive they save you on some potentially savable things that could happen to you sometimes is determined by whether they can sell your lungs for $5 million or not.
Yep, 100%.
They look and see if you're an organ donor and medicine up accordingly. And so anyway, Lummy, Ian Longin has done just an unbelievable job about taking some AI and, kind of taking a rub off of the Netflix documentary of Hulk Hogan. I don't know, what was it called? What was it called?
Yeah, documentary Uncensored. Hulk Hogan Uncensored,
Hulk
right?
Hogan, I guess. The one that I was a part of was Video Killed the Radio Star. And so here are various excerpts and testimonials from people. And listen,
Hulk Hogan, Real American.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan, Real American. So go to my Facebook page, which is at The Bubba Army. Can we pin? Remember we had that tutorial on what Ian and Mark Tate wrote down what you can say or the little. Remember we had the guide.
Yeah.
Can we make that? Can we pin that so that's right at the very top?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
All right, thanks. So listen, make us one, like Seth Kushner did. Now I hope I don't have to pay you $105. And in 30 days from now, I'm going to pick the 5 best that have been submitted. I think we've had 20 that's been submitted. I'm going to give $100 gift certificates to the Bubba Army store for, 5 people. Now, obviously, I think this is AI.
It is, yeah.
I wish I had hot blonde chicks like this that were listening to the show. I think I do. It would be interesting to see how many hot chicks that we don't know of. I mean, like, not everybody's on YouTube chat. Not everybody's on Rumble. Not everybody's on X. Not everybody's on Facebook. Not everybody's on all the various Twitch. All the under the 5 or 6 visual places that you can catch the show. Like Ronnie the limo driver, he watches the show every morning on X, or catches the replay on X. That's his jam. Lummy, I think we do, I think 5 to 10. How many viewers at the end of a show after it's ran its course for for a week? What's our total views on the average show on X?
On X, I would say 4,000 or 5,000.
4,000 to 5,000.
Yeah.
On YouTube, it ends up being after a week about 15 to 17,000.
Yeah.
On Facebook, that hits anywhere from, I've seen 15,000 on the low end, and I've seen 100,000 on the high end.
Exactly.
So, like I was talking to Matt Cox yesterday. I actually had a little meeting with Matt Cox about a podcasting project, and he was like, "How many people do you think actually watch your show a day from all your various platforms?" And by the way, yes, you are one of the hot ones that listen and watch the show. Yes. You, Tessa, Bubba Army Mom. And I told Matt Cox, I think, Lummy, visually, 50 to 60,000 people visually, a show all in on from all of our various sources, including TuneIn. And I think we're all in, including Bubba Army HQ. We might be closer to $100,000.
Yeah, especially with HQ.
Per show.
Yeah.
But visually, we're probably close to 50,000.
Yes. I saw when you look at all the stuff, I've done that math before.
Yeah.
I think it's 40 to 50 all day long.
Absolutely. So out of those 40 and 50 that watches visually, or 100 that catch the show either visually or audibly, I wonder how many hotties there really are. Like ones that we don't even know of.
It's true.
Women that, don't make them, that don't have a screen name like Tessa or Carol or Carly Hall, and Carly Hall denotes herself as a Dan fan. Did you see that?
Is, yes.
Yeah, Carly Hall.
She's smart.
Dan fan.
Well, we had one. I just say it was from Liz. Liz sent hers in. Obviously female. I'm looking at the real ones that are on their page. Besides the set, you got Liz.
Oh, Liz. Liz is one. Liz is definitely going to be one of the 5. Liz looks great here. This is a real one. This is an AI. This is a real one. This is Liz. Liz is hot as balls.
Yep.
Very beautiful.
Mm-hmm. That's really beautiful.
Very beautiful. Thank you, Liz.
Rabbit hole last night and started watching this documentary called Video Killed the Radio Star.
God love you, little Liz.
And it was crazy. Every 10 minutes, something new, a different twist. And it was my mind was blown. It was, I don't even know how to explain it. You got to go watch it.
You got to watch it. I'll watch it for you, Mama.
I feel like I just got lied to. Everyone's talking about this Netflix
I wish I had an army of those
movie. But I just watched Video Killed the Radio Star, and there's a whole Hulk Hogan scandal they didn't even touch. A sex tape? How is that not the main story? I feel like...
Great job, Ian. Now, this is a real one. This listen, legitimately cost me $105.
No.
I'm like, Seth, are you for real? Yep. I'll do it, but you got to pay me. I always felt like I was getting shook down by him.
It was a constant shakedown.
I always felt like, what, listen, for the salary that I pay you and for the 23 hours that you work, so let me, if you work, you're here 4 hours. He got here at 5 till, and he left at 5 after. Except for Monday, he put an extra hour in. So that puts you at 21 hours. Tuesday, he put an extra hour in. That puts you at 22 hours. And then on Thursday, I think he put an extra 2 hours in. So that's 23 23 to 24 hours. That's it. And for what I paid him for 24 hours a week, I mean, Dan, what does your average, how many hours does Jennifer work a week? 45?
40-ish.
40-ish?
Right.
Like all of your girls.
I work 50 plus.
Well, I know that, but you're also the doctor. But like the average girl that works in your office puts in 40 hours, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Seth's putting in 23. And, and then, so like, you can't do a little something extra for me? You can't do a little, you're gonna gouge me $105? And then when you host these shows that I can't be part of, these best of shows, you're gonna charge me $250? I was just like, Lummy doesn't charge me extra to do stuff. Gary Cantrell, now I have incentive programs for you, Lummy, and I think that you guys think those are very fair.
Yes, they are. Thank you.
And I pay them immediately when you guys hit them.
Yes, you do.
And I am so appreciative. But I think that like you, Macho Man, and Gary are Macho Man, you'd probably have a better understanding as to the marketplace of Tampa, Florida, and what radio personalities make or don't make. And I would say that I'm on the higher end of what, people in radio make.
For sure. Absolutely.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, let me, most
for
people.
For those that can still find jobs.
For those that haven't been eliminated, most people now in radio make $15 an hour. That's it. $15 an hour by however many hours you work. That's it. And in fact, Seth came from WDAE, the sports station, and he was making $12 an hour, 4 hours a day. So when I pay him, I'm not even going to tell you guys what I paid him because it's going to cause problems with everybody else. Just know that he's gone, and I'm giving you guys all raises.
Sweet. Thank you.
Worked over at Cox Media Group for 19 years when the whole...
By the way, here's the funny thing about this. He's cutting us in the parking lot, and Lummy, you can see Lummy walk in the background. If you look to Seth's, it would be our right side, Seth's left side. And Lummy literally looks like Sasquatch. Remember that infamous footage where Sasquatch is kind of walking in the woods, like kind of swinging his arms? Remember, Dan, that infamous footage of him?
Yeah, it gets a little blurry off in the distance.
Lummy looks like, Lummy literally looks like the BRN Sasquatch. Well, check it out.
Tape scandal was going on. We thought Bubba was a scumbag. That's what they told me. He was the guy that set up his best friend. Then I started working with Bubba. I saw the documentary Video Killed a Radio Star. Then I learned that those people that I was working with, those were the true...
There's Lummy. Look at Lummy. Now, and then...
Scumbags. I worked over at Cox Media Group for 19...
Lummy, you literally look like Bigfoot coming out from the woods from behind his head, and I think you're going back into the building, are you not?
Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing because he was sitting in his car
the
for a
whole
while.
Tape scandal was going on. We thought Bubba was a scumbag. That's what they told me. He was the guy that set up his best friend. Then I started working with Bubba. I saw the documentary Video Killed a Radio Star. Then I learned that those people that I was working with, those were the true scumbags. I worked over at Cox Media.
There you go.
It's actually a good testimonial. I was going to dog it. I can't.
No, you can't. Listen, it was. If I was to be intellectually honest, it was very well done.
Yeah,
and it
showed.
Like
we said.
And here's the deal. This is what's so sad about it. The guy
should have paid him 106.
The guy is when he's into it, and he's not mad and throwing a fit, or not engaged, or doing some stupid hand gestures to be disrespectful to me. He is one of the most talented radio co-hosts I've ever worked with. He was as good as Brent. He was as good as Manson. He was as good as a Spice Boy with regards to when he was engaged, when he was into it, and his mentals were firing on all cylinders, and he was in a good mood. And he wasn't shaking me down for money. He was brilliant. He's so good.
He's smart and he's funny. And I'll go ahead and say it. But some of the smartest, funniest people are haunted by demons. and they ruin their ability to succeed or create self-destruction. And I'm going to start with the Andy Kaufmans and the John Belushis and a lot of other
and the Bubba Clams
and the Bubba Clams.
I've self-destructed
and the guy work from work. Robin Williams.
Robin Williams.
Right. Those guys, so many of them have so many, they're so brilliantly funny, but they have so many personal demons that cause self-destruction. And I think that's probably the problem. Again, the brain is invisible to most people. And when the brain isn't wired or isn't chemically happy, then we have problems. And so Seth could be the funniest guy on the face of the earth, but he obviously has his own demons, and I hope he takes care of his own demons because they are preventing him from succeeding in life. And he's going to continue to hit dead ends and have to quit jobs or get fired from jobs unless he fixes his mental health.
I think, not that we're trying to kick a dead horse.
And I'm not kicking him. I'm trying to tell you it's not his fault.
I'm not saying you are, bud. What I'm saying is, just to rehash an old topic, we're not trying to go back on that. But what I'm saying is I had no intentions of ever firing Seth. Seth made a lot of money. We were going to work through the travel issues. He going to the new studios. I was going to give him a little bit of a raise to make up for the distance. Him and I had discussed it privately. He was all in. And for some reason, when I watched him throw his headphones and prior to that do these killing himself gestures, I felt so disrespected for a guy that I have coddled, who I've given a second and third chance to, listen, there's no way. He would be the first. He's already sent word through Brian to me that he is so sorry. Is there ever a chance that we could, that he could come back? Because he knows the amount of money I was paying him, he'll never have that opportunity again in radio, surrounded by not only the money and the lack of hour, if you look about how many hours he had to work versus how much money he made versus bonuses that I paid him, all that, but just the utter cool work environment that we have here. You can come and go as you want. There is no real boss that's holding you accountable for anything. You can go out every break and catch a vape. You can even vape in here for that matter. I allowed him to vape in here a few times. I allowed you to do your Blizzard break hustle. Listen, let's be honest. If I was to be intellectually honest with everybody, that's cannibalizing my product. Every person that became a fan of Blizzard breaks and his little card breaking deal with Brian, those people came from me, from my hopper of people. Nobody just stumbled. Now, maybe now because they've got a little bit of a following, but they just organically, without the luxury of having the show, be able to automatically give them 1,500 to 2,000 people that might monitor their page and do their little card break deal. But had they not had me as a quote unquote somewhat of a starter, the flint or the match or the gasoline that you needed to throw on your fire to be able to start your little card business, and I've gone back and I look at their sales and things like that, and I had estimated. Lummy, I'm really good about keeping up with the money and where it comes from and how much merch does and, making sure you and Gary get your bonuses when you hit certain levels and
thank you.
Making sure Macho has what he needs. But, I attribute, $1,500 to $2,000 a month that they've grossed or that they gross. Where is that coming from? That's coming from Bubba Army. That's cannibalizing potentially that amount of money that those people, in lieu of buying cards and doing all that, they might be helping, they might be contributing, they might buy more merchandise. They may throw us an extra $50 or $100 here and there. We all know how we are self-supported. We all know that. But, I mean, would you guys not all agree that their Blizzard breaks was a cannibalization of my paying audience? How else were they? They just weren't going to be able to willy-nilly, without using the show as a rub, be able to start this card business out of nowhere and start making money with it. Do you know how hard it is to start anything from when you have at Z? Do you know how hard it is to start anything that you're trying to make money with zero starter? Like,
it's almost impossible.
Right. Zero. So I never said a word about that. Never said a word about that. Never said a word about when he wanted to go do his card deal in Orlando, which was going to be his big dream gig. He was going to be a professional breaker. They were going to pay him quite a bit of money, but in the interim of him being in training and what have you, he, couldn't do the morning show and be in Orlando by 3 p.m. So they put him up in an extended stay hotel. I had Macho Man build him a little mini studio, and I allowed him to be remote so that he could potentially get that bigger job, which I think I had heard that potentially he was going to make $75,000 a year, potentially.
Oh, nice.
And he was like, listen, if I do that in conjunction with what I make with you, man, I'm going to be loaded. And I'm like, and him and Phoebe had even talked about, they were talking about relocating to Orlando, that being their primary resident, and then piping in here via Zoom with me. And I had no problem with that. I bend over backwards with regards to that. He came to me a year and a half ago, and there was a family emergency that he needed $3,500 for. And I'm not going to get into it with regards to what the emergency was, but it was a family emergency that he needed $3,500 for.
What was your answer?
Yep. Let me Venmo. Let me send you that money, Seth, and don't worry about paying it back because this is legitimately a family emergency, and I'm glad I can help you because I love you and I think that you're talented, and I will bend over backwards for my guys that are talented and that make my show better. Lummy makes my show better. Gary makes my show better. Dan makes my show better. Macho Man makes my show better. Jay, Babyface, Gene, Gary. I'll do anything for any of you guys because you make my show better. And it's an investment into the program. Never did I ask for any of the money back, and I never will. But for him, and it's been happening. And I had Gary, and this was not something Gary wanted to do. Gary wasn't real happy when I said, Gary, you and Lummy get together and show me for the last 30 days how many times he's come up with these hand gestures or how many times he's gone like this and act like he's, fallen asleep and he's not engaged or he's mad at whatever Dan's saying or whatever. For whatever reason, he's pissed off and he just doesn't sit there professionally and, try to participate or at least look like you're not miserable. He wore his feelings and his attitude on his sleeve, and everybody knew, except me, because I don't really watch chat that much. I didn't know any of this was happening. And you know what? From my inner circle, from John Costica to Creatine Travis to Dan Diaco and everybody in between that loves me and wants what's best for me, nobody said a word. They knew it was happening. Not even my executive producer said anything because we all figured, or they figured, we don't want to bug Bubba with it because Bubba's going to flip out on it. And we need Seth. We need him. So we're just going to look the other way. But I had Gary give me, and I didn't know it was as frequent as it was. That's what pissed me off, is when Gary's like, how many of them do you want, bud? I'm like, how many are there? And he's like, a lot. It happens at least every couple. It happens either every couple days or sometimes a couple a day. And I was just, go ahead, Dan, because I know that you saw it.
I saw it, but what I was going to say is I think I think the downfall, when he really changed was when the Operation Pigmentation imploded.
Yeah.
And I think that's when he went from really like engaged to completely disengaged. It seemed that was the moment.
He didn't like you involving his wife on your joke. I did not say anything that could be construed as disrespectful with regards to Phoebe.
Not that joke.
I said,
nope.
When you talk to your wife nicely, instead of flipping out, we were talking about how when Hillary Clinton would address anybody or have a speech, you felt as if, from a man's perspective, that she was bitching at you. And nobody likes to be bitched at. And then I went to an example. Seth, if you went to your wife and go, Phoebe, God damn it, I'm mad about this, blah, blah, she's going to have not the same mentality if you walk down and said, hey, hon, hey, Phoebes, can we talk a little something about this? Hey, okay, cool. And that's exactly what I said. I said, hell, on the second one, you might get a little oral. That's exactly what I said. How is that disrespectful? We play those type of theater of the mind scenarios all the time. Now, if all of a sudden that one's going to set him off, well, then obviously I don't need him around because he doesn't know the show and he doesn't have thick enough skin to participate. So you're right, though, Dan. You're exactly right. This all went sideways or started going sideways on the Operation Pigmentation. And what people don't realize was I was sticking up for him. When he talked to me, he bitched and was mad that when he went in on a Saturday or a Friday or a Monday into the barber shop, that they told him to sit down and they'd get to him. Well, 30 minutes, 35 minutes later, he finally just got up and left because he thought he had things to do. And so I just said, man, if you should be absolutely VIP at that, he shouldn't have complained to me if he didn't want me to get involved. And I'm all about sticking up for my guy.
Exactly. If it wasn't a big deal, he shouldn't say anything about it. But, he could say things under his breath just because he thinks he's got there's no ramifications. Like he had pure impunity because you created. I have to say this. I'm trying to be intellectually honest. You created a situation where he felt like no matter what he did, he could get away with it because you gave him carte blanche.
Yep.
The prodigal son, you killed the fattest calf for and built this biggest celebration for the prodigal son. But again, it wasn't enough because he had two things: a sense of entitlement and the inability to deal with stress.
Bingo. And so when he told me that, I stick up for my guys. I always stick up for my guys. Always I do. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, man, that's bullcrap. You have taken these two guys that know nothing about podcasting. You've made it a successful podcast. You've used my forum and our large numbers and audience to, get these guys' content and podcast in front of people that they otherwise would never touch. You know what? And I guess and oddly enough, the day after he quit or was fired, he announced that he's bringing Operation Pigmentation back. And so I guess the African American,
Who's going to listen to it? What platform?
Yeah, well, good luck. Good luck. So
you only got a few thousand listeners anyway with your massive platform.
When I find out that they made him sit there for 30 minutes, and I just simply said, I don't know how they run their business, or how they, people can cut the line. I guess they have it where if you pay $10 extra, you can cut the line and all this kind of shakedown stuff. But I'm like, but listen, it would be like, listen, when I go to Dan's office, Dan absolutely, and I don't demand it, but I really, really, really do appreciate it. And he rolls out the red carpet, doesn't make me wait in the waiting room, lets me go back in his office.
Unless there's a problem, because
Sure.
I'm jacked up, and you're like, Dan, you know what? We'll just come back later.
Yeah.
I see you're smacked, you're getting getting slammed right now. I don't want to be disruptive. I'll come back later because I understand you have a business to run. And although you try to roll out the red carpet for me, if I show up unannounced or at a bad time, I'm cool enough, secure enough, and not a bitch that I'm going to just quietly go away and come back later when it's more convenient because I'm not going to impose on you.
But when Dan, that never happens. It may have happened one time.
One time. I remember one time it happened. You came, it was slammed. You're like, Dan, don't worry about it. I'm like, no. He goes, dude, I'm leaving. I'll come back tomorrow.
I saw Dan. He had like 5 situations. He was going from room to room.
It was one of those days.
It was somebody had some type of complications with a post-op willy, which is Dan's number one priority.
I had a drain. I couldn't flush this drain. It was just one of those little BS things.
So I told Jennifer, nice ass, bad attitude. I go, hey Naba, listen, tell Dan I'm out. I'll see him tomorrow at work, or he'll text me and let me know what his schedule looks like. I'm just coming in for some stupid ass Botox, no big deal. And boom, I'm out. But otherwise, 99.99% of the time, Dan rolls me in there, puts me in a room, and doesn't drop everything, but certainly puts me in a priority, takes care of me like he's the best ever.
I've heard Jennifer tell me that Dan yells like, make sure if the VIP is not in the back,
So,
but if everything's filled, the waiting room's filled, everything's sometimes I get stuck in quicksand, and the more I move, the slower it seems to get. In those days, Steven does it to me all the time. He's like, Dan, I need this. I'm like, and I say yes, until I say no, and then he's like, okay, cool, I'll do it tomorrow.
So I just get on the air and I'll be like, listen, man, I can't believe you guys did Seth Money that dirty and made him wait. This guy has done so much for you and has invented and conceptualized and promoted and programmed a very successful podcasting, which is good for your brand and good for your mentals, and everybody likes it. And why you make him wait 30 minutes and don't VIP him, I just don't understand it. Well, they flipped out and said, Bubba doesn't know our business and him dabbling in our business isn't cool. We quit. We're done. Screw Bubba. And it put Seth probably in the middle. He was uncomfortable about it, but I'm like, listen, tell both of those guys, I'm sorry. I'll get on the air the next day and tell them how sorry I am. I don't want to lose their podcast, and I don't want you to lose something that you love. So please let me tell them I'm sorry publicly, and I'll never get involved. I'll never step in their business ever again. I misspoke. I misstepped. I'm sorry. Of course, they had already made their decision that they were done with me. And you're right, though, Dan. Ever since that, and that was a derivative of me just trying to stick up for my guy.
And then some people were saying, too, when you announced that you probably only had 2 more years left in you.
Oh, come on. Are we going to be a bunch of marks now?
He hasn't lasted 2 years yet. Both of his 3 stints. All 3 of his stints.
But here's the deal. If I had 2 years left in me, let's just intellectually look at that. First of all, you people are stupid that are saying that. Secondly, let's just look at that in itself. I'm going to have brand new studios at my new house that I don't have to travel very far. And if I was to even only have 2 more years left, I would go to an abbreviated schedule. And I've talked about this before, and Seth, who's a great host, and the show can continue without me, with him, I would knock it down to I take like Thursdays and Fridays off. I'd come in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Seth would host the show Thursdays and Fridays, and that would be at a huge financial windfall for him. We've established that I pay him extra when he hosts, have we not?
Yeah.
All right, so he should be championing. Yeah, Bubba, in 2 years, man, start backing it down a notch. Take 2 days off. I'll come in here. I'm good as hell. I can host, and he can, and he did, and did a good job. And the guy would make an extra $500, $600, $700 a week. But so
me and Brian will be hosting those Thursday and Friday shows.
Yeah.
Seth, bitch.
So I know. I gotta go to a break, Mach. I got you. I got way down the rabbit hole here. But listen, so when I do just decide to start kind of backing things down, it's not going to come at, the expense of people not having a job. Hell, I can keep doing this until I'm 75 years old. Howard Stern's 71. He might be in better physical, but listen, don't let my fatness fool you. I'm pretty healthy.
You got 20 plus years in you, bro.
Dan sees my numbers. Dan's my personal doctor. In fact, my new general physician, Dan, which I just had to get a new one, I forgot to tell you, I put you down as a person that can access my medical records.
Oh, so you don't have to do it later? You do it on the front side?
I got it on the front side. So you can, at any time, if you would have to make a phone call for whatever reason, you are listed as my primary physician with my new primary physician.
Oh, good. Perfect.
So don't let my fatness fool you. My blood pressure is 120/78. My cholesterol's 160. I have no history of heart disease in my family, no history of cancer in my family. I get a colonoscopy every 3 to 5 years. I give blood donations of every 112 days, and they
check everything.
They check everything from an STD to herpes to AIDS to my cholesterol. They check everything. So I'm pretty healthy. I'm probably the healthiest fat ass there is. I might be that. But I'm not. Listen, I'm going to keep this thing going and there comes a point, Lummy, where we just keep getting bigger organically and digitally, and eventually we can scale it back, but our world has gotten that much bigger that we can still make money digitally and not necessarily have to be here and do 5 days a week. That's my goal. I'm late. I'll be back in a minute.
The voice of reason has spoken. More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
It was great.
I wasn't sure if you were going to let it go.
So, hey, Dan, next time when we come back, we're playing this fucking COVID kills people.
Other COVID kills.
And how I got a little 38-second excerpt from you, April 16th, 2020, warning people that this fucking kills you.
And Fauci is bullshit.
Yeah. So,
don't trust
we're going to play.
Okay, I just got to pee real fast.
The problem is.
So listen, guys, that was something I really needed to get off my fucking chest. And when I broke it down the day after, I think I still left some meat on the bone where I had some things I needed to talk about. And, by playing his testimonial, which is sad because the motherfucker nailed it. Like, he's so fucking talented. God damn. But I'm just not going to let a guy do me dirty and disrespect me. I'm just not gonna fucking do it. You're right, Debo. He made the show better when he was into it. But I can't sit through the times that he's not into it. And I did. You're right. I babied him. I really did. And that's probably a lot of the problem. It's probably my own doing. Fish on the J, I love you. I'll get you when we're on the radio. I mean, he was mid on his own, but surrounded by what I bring as a host and his freedom to be able to totally be not corralled, he was brilliant. In this scenario, he was great.
I understand.
Thank you, Kenny. But listen, I paid for the testimony and I got a great one, so it was the best $105 I could spend.
It sums it up interestingly.
But Wizzy, you're right. People come and go. Look at all the talented people that came here and then left because they thought they could do it better, and not a one of them, with the exception of Mike Calta, who had to steal my job, have been able to make a go of it.
Oh, someone did a good point. You helped him out with that money, and then he still nickel and dimed you afterwards.
Yep.
That's kind of shitty.
Yep. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with everybody.
Thanks, Hilo.
I feel such a pressure released from me that I don't have to deal with I don't got to walk on eggshells and baby him and worry about what's upsetting him.
What's up, Nick?
And I don't know. Yes, he was going to drive 45 minutes to my house, and I was going to pay him an extra $3,000.
What's up, Finn? 212.
And
AAA, it's fine.
But I just have such a better feeling of not having to worry about what kind of mood he was in, or that I fucking said something anti-Israel, or
Thanks, Mad Dog, Holy Yoke.
what's up, Heather? Spinning struck. Tuttle is just, Tuttle. I love Tuttle, but Tuttle's got his own demons that he's dealing with right now.
Vaccinated for COVID? Again? People still getting both COVID vaccines? Fucking kidding me?
Lummy is the best. Lummy is so fucking loyal, and so Lummy only wants what's best for the show and me. Yeah, Gibbs. I drive 50 minutes to an hour on my job, and you didn't have to fucking nickel and dime your boss for more money.
Do you own a commercial property in the Bay Area? And is it in need of some landscape maintenance? Contact Average Joe today. With over 15 years of experience, Average Joe is one of the Bay Area's leading full-service commercial landscape contractors, offering irrigation repair and installation, as well as 3D landscape design and installation. Check them out on the web at averagejoetampa.com or email Joe directly at joe@averagejoetampa.com and let them put together a service plan for your needs. Tell them Bubba Army sent you.
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain. Taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Listen, we're starting a new segment. I don't know when we're going to get going. It may be a new studio thing, like maybe 3 weeks to a month. It might start tomorrow. I don't know. It's going to be called Lasker Unleashed.
Yes.
And it's going to be basically Lummy setting up Lasker for his opinion on various things or whatever.
Things that he's going to like just go crazy about.
Yeah, potentially.
Something that'll set him off.
Some kind of videos.
Yeah, or like, hey, or maybe talk about himself. Hey, Gene, tell me how many races. Let me tell you something. How many races I've won in Florida. I'm the winningest race car driver in Florida. I'm just telling you about it.
And then he'll bring in like he wants like a gas, like Bobby.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So listen, in order to kind of jumpstart Lasker Unleashed. We need you guys, the Bubba Army. Everybody from Heather's spin instructor to Mike from Mass to somebody that's not even in one of our visual worlds right now and part of chat. Just a regular dude that's driving, somewhere in Alabama right now. And he's Bubba Army. He doesn't miss a show, but he's not known. Nobody knows who Al from Alabama is. But Al from Alabama, goddammit, he never misses a show. He loves it. He loves Lasker, And so I need the Owls from Alabama and some people that have never participated on the program. I don't need no money from you. I don't need you to buy no merch. But you know what I could use from you? Is I could use an email from you. Now, that didn't cost you nothing, and it helps me. And questions that Lummy could potentially ask Gene. Gene, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that?
What should I do if my neighbor's putting all his leaves in my yard?
Yeah. So we need. You can see.
I can just see where this is going.
Yeah, it writes itself.
Yeah, George from Georgia, and Al from Alabama,
Right.
and Flo from Florida.
Right.
Send us those.
Cindy from Connecticut. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Beth from Baltimore. You know, all of it. So
Lou from Louisiana.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Mike from Michigan. So anyway, please email us and put in the subject matter Lasker Unleashed, meaning like this is a question directed for Gene. So in the subject line, when Lummy goes through these emails, he sees Lasker Unleashed. And our email address, please use it. And even if, you know what, even if you have an email or a question for the show, me, Lummy, Dan, you know, Brian, you know, it doesn't matter. Macho Man, I've seemed to hit a plateau with my back development. Here are my current exercises that I do. What would you say I could do to get better definition and bulk on my back? I just can't quite get that wide back experience that I see that you have, my friend. Yeah, well, I do some shrugs, and then I do some T-bar yippee pull downs. Anyway, our email address, write it down, and whether it's for me, for the show, or better yet, we need some starter questions for Lasker Unleashed. It's show, SHOW, show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Send us something, and even if you just want to have an opinion about the program, just put that. And let me we get all of those.
Yes, we do.
And any ones that you think I might need to look at that's show related.
Yep.
Get me a copy of them.
No problem.
Just print them out. I'm old school, so you got to print them out for me.
It's like, by the way, the questions too. It's like when Macho Man got cut off by that trailer, and Gene's advice to him was he should wait till he goes to a Walmart or Publix, take your Bubba Army knife out, pop 2 tires, because he only carries 1 spare.
2 tires,
and get his trailer one too.
And he said, "Hey, let me tell you something. Pop 2 truck tires, and then 1 on the trailer, okay? Because the guy's not going to have enough tires to go around.
That's right.
And he's going to have to, it's going to completely ruin his day, okay? So, again, show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now, not to be confused with if you happen to have some pictures of showing your Bubba Army-ness, or with a sticker or your vehicle or a Bubba Army flag or something that you'd like to add to our video wall, please send those to Bubba Army Pics at gmail.com. So send those. We're more equipped to be able to deal with the picture aspect over there than we are through the website. So general questions, including Lasker Unleashed, show at BubbaArmyHQ.com. And then if you got a picture, maybe you went to, Bubba Army Vegas when Hatley and I did the little meet and greet, and you got pictures of you and I, and you can just remind me of how thin and in shape I used to be, which will further mess with my mentals. But you can send all those pictures to BubbaArmyPics at gmail.com. Now, this next, I saw this, I think it was a day or 2 ago, and I'm just like, man, Dan had it right. And the rest of the world, including our government, had it wrong. And Dan caught so much crap for his position on COVID. A lot of people don't realize, man, Dan really got into a lot of trouble with his non-WHO remedy for, COVID, based mostly on his aggressiveness and love for ivermectin?
It was for my love of humanity that I got involved, and it was hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, both.
And sometimes a Z-Pack, and sometimes deoxycycline,
right,
and sometimes zinc.
And a lot of times steroid nebulizers.
Yep, steroid nebulizers, zinc. Dan had a special concoction or a cocktail that he would tweak accordingly, and it changed a couple different times.
It evolved. It
Right.
got better, and it also was customized to whomever I was treated because COVID was not a cookie-cutter disease and required more than a cookie-cutter remedy. But the most important thing was the whole narrative that was publicly shoved down our throats and up our asses was false.
We literally got taken off of YouTube for an extended amount of time, completely had our channel locked up because...
More than Stephen Colbert did.
Because, Dan, it said, you and your show are recommending COVID remedies other than the guidelines set forth by the WHO, the World Health Organization.
Yep.
Damn boy, 252, $20.
Because you guys aren't, brainwashing people to get jabbed with the various vaccines, and in fact, you're completely opposite of that. You're don't get jabbed, do not take the shot under any circumstances, especially kids. And the only time that Dan really wanted people to get jabbed were for the elderly. That's it. Other than that, it was don't get jabbed because they don't have any data at all. They've thrown all of this together in a matter of months. And until you have 8 to 10 years of blind placebo along with regular testing, you cannot really drill down onto the effects, the effectiveness, or the, side effects of any particular FDA approved and prescribed drug. You just can't. You need, like Dan would say, you need 8 to 10 years of unbelievable amount of research for you to be able to say, okay, this works effectively, A, B, and C, but here are the following side effects. And they weren't able to provide any of that because they whipped this up and it was a complete shove down. And now we're starting to get reports like this.
Last week, we brought you an investigation into COVID vaccine side effects and where to report them. During that investigation, we found 4 reported deaths filed by Utah families and their caregivers.
One particular case stood out to us. A 39-year-old.
I kind of like this crick with the short little bob hair. Yeah.
Single mom from Ogden with no known pre-existing conditions. Her family sat down with me this weekend as they were saying their final goodbyes. And while they're not against vaccines, they do believe information is power as we all make our own medical decisions.
I really didn't cry when my dad died. I cry a lot for her. Oh. And I'm at a stage in my life where I'm okay with that.
Alfred Hawley is a retired fighter pilot, a military man who's known risk and loss and taken it all in stride until now.
She's the one that had promised to take care of me when I was old.
The death of his youngest daughter, Cassidy, came out of nowhere 4 days after her second dose of the COVID vaccine.
Second dose, 4 days later.
She came in early and said that her heart was racing.
Cassidy and her 9-year-old daughter lived with her parents.
She got sick right away. Soreness at the shot location. Then she started getting sick. Then she started complaining that she was drinking lots of fluids, but she couldn't pee. And then she felt a little bit better the next day.
Cassidy was a surgical tech for a plastic surgeon. And
oh, my God, Dan, this hits home even more so than what I thought. Like, I had no idea what her job was. So she was, a scrub nurse for a plastic surgeon?
Yep.
Stepped up to get the shot without hesitation.
She was absolute.
And Dan, weren't they absolutely at where you do your procedures flipping out that you weren't vaxxed?
Oh, yeah.
They were.
They were insisting on it.
Yeah.
I kept saying,
Yep.
Nope.
They even the place where Dan does his surgeries, they were putting so much pressure on Dan. And Dan's like, Dan, even to the point where don't get mad at me if I'm saying too much, but I know that Stephen and Jennifer and there was a bunch of people that are, were in your little world that were looking at alternative places for you to do surgeries.
Oh, yeah.
And
I was getting pressure from a lot of people to just get the vax. Just get the vax. Stop talking about it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. I'm like, you know what? Sorry, dude. I'm not. I know I'm right. And I'm going to just keep fighting because I'm certain.
Had the place that Dan has done 20 years, thousands and thousands of procedures. You very well might be the highest volume practitioner at that place, and they were very close of ending their relationship, Dan and them together mutually, because they were so adamant about Dan getting jabbed. And Dan's like, I'm not, like, you might kick me out of here, but I ain't doing it. I'll find a different place.
I'll build my own.
Fine with getting it. She, in fact, she told all of us, it's fine. You guys should all get it.
Cassidy's sister Kristen lives in Arizona, but the two talked every day.
Everybody from her work had flu-like symptoms, so we all thought that was normal.
Cassidy got the second Moderna shot on a Monday. By Thursday morning, they were in the ER and answering questions.
Is there any explanation? And I said that she just had the shot, and they did a blood test, and they immediately came back and said she's really, really sick.
From the hospital, we got a call saying that they were going to life flight her to Murray Trauma Center. And so I immediately jumped on a plane.
At Intermountain, doctors work to stabilize Cassidy in hopes of a liver transplant.
And how many of these Cassidys are there out there? A lot. And kudos to this television station, KUTV, that has kind of stuck their neck out on probably not necessarily the most popular stories to do, just for in fear of the backlash. Big Pharma are by far some of the most powerful people in the world.
Yes.
I mean, in the world.
The two biggest entities are the money entity, the military industrial complex, and the pharmaceutical companies. Those are the three people that run the world. The three entities that run the world.
And so this isn't necessarily the most popular piece that KUTV could be doing without getting some potential blowback. You're dealing with a very powerful and scary, scary group of people.
All went so fast.
She was healthy, happy, active, the greatest mom you ever saw in your life. And then she was so sick that she was, in less than probably 12 hours, she was intubated and on life support. And then she passed 30 hours after we took her to the emergency room.
The state medical examiner's office cannot comment on the case, but spoke to us about if and when an autopsy would provide answers.
Did the vaccine cause this? I think that would be very hard to demonstrate at autopsy.
Dr. Eric Christensen, Utah's chief medical examiner, says proving vaccine as a cause of death.
Oh, yeah, and nobody's going to go out on a limb with that.
Almost never.
I'm sorry, Bubba, but what was crazy was that they were limiting autopsies. And so they're preventing us from studying why these people were dying. They literally were trying to hide the evidence by preventing us from looking at it.
Happens.
Jay's here. No, Mike.
Didn't they change something with the reporting of vaccination
Hi, Jay,
effects
my
as well?
favorite. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning.
How you doing, bud?
I'm great.
Now, what did you say? I completely just blew right through you.
It's okay, because this is where Danny was one of those. Danny was an absolute forerunner on the way he was thinking about all this, and he was highlighting also that there was a change in the requirements of reporting vaccination side effects, if I remember correctly.
Well, so much seemed like it was like, this is conspiracy, and this is laid on in the story, but towards, after they were vaccinating people and really pushing the vaccines, I got the letter that I heard about online. I thought was, urban legend. But I got the letter that specifically said, do not highlight vaccine problems because we're trying to promote the vaccine.
Yep.
I got that letter from OSHA. Was it OSHA? I think it was OSHA sent it to me.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah,
Someone
I
had no
couldn't
authority
believe it.
over
They're
you.
literally telling us, don't report, don't talk about.
They were literally validating what you're screaming.
Right, they're hiding. They're hiding the facts from us. They're lying to us, and so many people. It's incredible.
This was an anaphylactic reaction related to this event, but short of that, it would be very difficult, really. I think for us to be able to definitively say this is the vaccine.
A more likely result: a lack of answers.
We don't see a competing cause of death. Potentially, or it may identify, an obvious.
Now, hold on. Say something? We're in 2026. What's this guy still wearing a mask for? Yes,
Right.
Jay, go ahead.
This is 21.
He's talking about.
Oh, is this from 2021? No, this is.
Look at the bottom, says 2021.
That's when she passed away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
What he said was, there's no way to determine definitively. We don't talk about definitively in medical malpractice and civil litigation. We talk about what's within reasonably foreseeable to result in injury or death, but it's a standard of care which is more likely than not within a reasonable degree of medical certainty. That's it. Is it provable, Danny, that more likely than not within a reasonable degree of medical certainty rather than definitively? Is there a difference between that? One is 100%. And one is 50.01%.
It's like criminal versus civil.
It's exactly correct. And
But
so
on
no
the
one's saying definitively.
But
Let's
on the
talk
medical
about,
side.
That's exactly right, Bubba.
Yes. Hold on here.
This cause of death that they just were completely unaware of.
She was just fine. She was fine the day she got the shot, and everything changed.
She was healthy and good, and then she took the shot. And Occam's razor, the simplest answer is most likely correct. So
that's right.
Until I get other data,
by the way, this is her father.
I have to believe there was some.
And you know what, Dad? They're gonna play hide the banana so bad that you're never going to get the data.
They gave immunity.
Yep.
Something with the shot.
Cassidy's death will leave a major hole.
Amelia was my sister's world.
So now, let me ask you a question. Aren't they starting the proceedings right now? And Fauci there's like 5 more days of statute of limitations to possibly indict him.
Yes.
And that I think they just indicted one of his guys that worked with him.
Yep.
And Dan, do you think that Fauci in the next 4 days will get indicted? He should.
Well, what I can't understand is where his exposure stops and starts after he was pardoned by Biden. So I do think that if there's any chance to charge him or indict him under the statute before the statute of limitations is over, they'll go ahead and put that out and then let the courts decide if it's something that he was already
so they're going to have to quickie charge him just to get
inside the SOL.
Right. Yeah. But then try to maybe decide, kind of unwind it from there. But they got to quickie charge him or they lose that opportunity.
Right. There were 3 lies associated with COVID. The first lie was where it came from. The second lie.
By the way, where did it come from?
It absolutely came from the leak in China.
The Wuhan lab.
It came from the Wuhan lab. There's no question in my mind.
Hold on, which was our lab, by the way.
But we helped finance part of it,
right,
which is why that's why we allowed it to be covered up a little bit because we had dirty hands.
Right.
And so and I read several books on this release of with the origins of COVID, and that article, I knew it was BS because instead of getting my science from Don Lemon and Chris Cuomo, I actually went to the actual articles because I'm a big boy scientist and a doctor, and I'm actually a peer-reviewed published doctor. So I know how to read an article, and how to write an article, and I also know how to make an article misleading. So after I read the Nature article, which declared, despite 4 pages of proving to me it was artificially made, that had this dissonant last paragraph that says, "Oh, it was obviously naturally occurring." So that piqued my suspicion. But when I've since reading it now, here's what happened. It accidentally leaked out of the lab, and then a few weeks later, China purposefully re-released it into the market to try to cover up the leak from the lab. That's what happened, in my opinion, based on the research that I read and the actual studies of the genetic components of the different strains of COVID.
The U.S. Justice Department has unsealed a 5-count indictment against Dr. David Morens, a longtime senior advisor to Dr. Anthony Fauci. Prosecutors allege that Morens engaged in a years-long conspiracy to evade federal transparency laws by hiding communications related to COVID-19 research on a private Gmail account. While the administration views the indictment as a long overdue step towards full accountability for pandemic-era decision-making, others have characterized the prosecution as politically motivated in an effort to target career scientists. No. How about it's just we're trying to get drilled down to what the truth is and not let people be able to hide behind, various, government agencies and what have you. I got to go to words, but this is from April 16th. This was exactly 6 years ago.
And I was telling Dr. Dan, and I'll make it quick. Gary was like trying to go through it. The problem is that if you remember, we were censored so much, we had to delete so much of our.
So you got to understand, we have hours of this, but we don't have it.
Yeah,
because we had to delete it, and I even had the guys take it off of our hard drives in fear of not knowing where this was going to end up, and I didn't want to replay it on a best of, Lummy.
And then we lose it on YouTube.
And then I didn't know that everybody was going to do an about face, and that in actuality having more of this from Dan would be money because Dan was right. I had to get rid of it in fear that, that wouldn't be the position of whatever platform we're on, and it could be problematic. Let me just give you an example.
How many days total will we deplatform during that?
Nearly 2 weeks.
This is
several different platforms at different times.
Yes. This is 31 days after Squash the Curve, which happened on March 15th. So this is April 16th, 31 days after it happened.
31 days after it happened, and I don't have a lot of these examples because we were so afraid. They came so heavy-handed with us because our doctor was being transparently, honest as to how he was treating this pandemic, and it was so far outlandish and out of the box and not, with the government, if you will, but it was effective. He was 100% correct. And this is I don't have a lot of this. I used to have hours and hours of it, but they literally scared me to the point where I deleted it all. Here's an example of what Dan was saying. How many days, Jay?
31.
31 days after this hit.
And this is mainly on Fauci, too, how Dan didn't trust Fauci.
But this guy's doing a 3-hour presser at 5:15 every day with Trump, and then also going on all these random shows.
How much research is he doing?
Yeah, what's he doing to save our lives? What the hell is he doing?
Or are they denoting this guy as an extension of Trump to pass on Trump's message?
In fact, he's been undermining Trump a little bit.
Yeah,
he'll face to face say, "Oh yeah, I agree with you," and then literally 10 minutes later say something differently.
Yeah, so
and he's a big vaccine, big government, big shut down the world guy. I mean, he's coming in as like, a nice, soft, orderly Uncle Fauci, but I really don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Anybody.
Don't trust him.
Joseph Telsica, Master Pool Repair 50. Fish on the J 100. Thank you guys so very much. I had hours and hours of Dan saying, this is how, first of all, don't get jabbed under no circumstances, especially your kids. Secondly, maybe your parents, maybe. Thirdly, man, this is how I'm treating it, and it has nothing to do with getting jabbed, and it's 100% effective, and they're trying to demonize ivermectin and make it the devil, when actuality, it is really the most effective route and the less deadly route and the more and really the route that had our government, Dan, treated it that way, how many more people would have made it? But how much less rich would Big Pharma be? You know,
I know.
like-
Well, I mean, there's no it's not sexy to have an easy, cheap, repurposed treatment. You need a new shiny toy.
Well, there was no vaccine
It's
at the time you were
expensive.
saying that either, Danny.
Right.
You were talking about hydroxychloroquine, which was a generic medication that you were saying, let's put together a package for everyone and a Ferrari for everyone. You remember all those funny jokes you made about it? Let's just give everyone the medication the same day. We all take the medication on the same day, and we can eradicate the disease.
And we can all get suspended from YouTube on the same day, too.
And India did that, and they were successful.
Hey, Lovey, when we come back, is this the shots fired in the Strait of Hormuz gimmick here?
Yes. Well, this is them talking about. This is the Navy SEAL kind of telling them what the U.S. is going to do. And I got that. I didn't want to send it to you because it would crash your computer. I got the ABC video for you, the news story.
Oh, send it to me so we can play them both. All right.
Yes, it is. No, it's not. We rudely interrupt the rhetoric to let you know the following. Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
I sent you the story about
Got it.
That's so good. Yesterday we were saying, why aren't they just lighting them up? They did like the boats off of Venezuela.
Are you
Just light them up.
nervous about the cruise ship that has this people?
Not the Irish.
Now, Lovey, would you play that first or this one first?
I play the ABC one first.
Okay. Now, is this one basically the same thing the ABC is saying?
No, this is more of the retired. He's kind of going out and telling you what they're really doing in Iran and how the Iranians are freaking out, and he kind of gives a backstory on what he thinks is was going on.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do, Dan.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah, what?
So if we go to these, if I do this ABC story and then this Jesse Waters follow-up, that'll take me close to top. And then can you stay for like 10 minutes?
Sure.
To like 9:10?
Sure.
Because I want to go with this.
Okay, because I'm ready for that.
Yeah. So, or I could hit, but I want your comment on both.
Okay.
So 9:10 is not a big deal. Okay.
I'll ask him, Nick.
Then let me. I'm going to do into the Nancy Guthrie gimmick, and then I got this. But Dan probably won't even be around for this one.
Oh God.
I gotta make sure this. Oh, they're giving me this fucking bullshit again. And I'm whittling down the stories, but.
Fucking Facebook.
Cool, on your surgery.
Okay, I got it.
This one maybe like 300,000, like on all my surgery. How much do you think you spent in total on your?
All right, this is only a minute long. So, I'm going to come back with this first.
Okay.
To really freak Dan out.
Yeah.
And then we'll do we'll do the Strait of Hormuz gimmick 1 and 2. And then we'll tease the Mudami wants to turn the mayor's office into Islam.
Perfect.
Then Guthrie on the back before we leave. And then let me see if I need to do two. I don't know if I need to do those two.
And that's when Rob Machado said to us at the ranch, is that the same stuff I took when I went to Africa for the mosquitoes? And I said, yup. And that's why we figured out all those guys on the beach were right. They were independents in their heads. Taylor, all
this motherfucker right here.
Oh, he's the one.
This motherfucker.
It's the same reporter. That's that reporter that was talking about the question with the wife. Yeah. He's the one. He's a local reporter that battles him all the time. I can't answer that question. I saw that up here. I can't answer that question.
This motherfucker. He's a motherfucker.
Yep.
And then, Jay, this is going to be a question that I asked you. That Nick Reiner, Rob Reiner's son, his attorney went to court yesterday and quit him.
Oh.
Said, I'm out. So that's going to be
irreconcilable differences, which means crazy. We can't agree on anything.
Yeah. I hope we get to that. And let me see here.
All right.
I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that Fox motherfucker. See, let me, I'm getting rid of some of this shit, so. Oh my God, did you guys see this? Where this woman.
Whoa!
Hold on, she's a police officer, okay? And she pulls this guy over. And she's trying to get him out of the car. And she's gonna go around to the passenger side and he fucking runs over. Watch.
Oh.
Now watch.
You got her in there?
Yep. She's ran over. Now watch when he pulls away. It humps over her. Watch.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that too.
Oh. Speed bump.
I got a bunch of good shit.
That is a good one.
I got a bunch of teachers that are fucking.
It's the end of the year. They like to fuck at the end of the year.
They do like to fuck
they
at the
do.
end
At the end of the year, at the end of the semester, they get a good grade.
They like They like to set up that summertime ass.
It's like the finals.
It's like there's one, there's two. Here's my third one.
This guy's playing hardball.
Human misery has never sounded so good.
My life is over and I'm gonna wind up working at Red Lobster.
We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So I need Dr. Dan's expertise on a couple things. I need Jay's expertise on a couple things. So I'm kind of going through all my stories right now. Lummy, did you see, is this your Ashley? Is this your Ashley? On Venmo? Did you see the Venmo 100?
Oh, no, that's Ashley Parker.
Oh, Ashley Parker.
Yes, $100.
Thanks to Dr. Dan for guiding me during the pandemic. You saved me and my family. And let me see here. Hold on.
Dr. Dan is a hero to me, too. He saved all of my family the whole time, and it was incredible.
He saved everybody.
He sure did.
But he can still be a dick.
500 people.
Still can be a dick.
Until you need them.
When you got that kind of power, it just yields dickness. So Dan can't help it.
Yeah, but you don't want a wishy-washy surgeon. You want a decisive.
Oh, he's as decisive
someone who
as they
has
get.
and knows exactly how they believe something should be fixed.
He knows I'm just screwing with him. I almost had him on the phone at 5:15 yesterday, advising me to potentially go to the hospital.
I didn't realize you were going through that again. I'm sorry, buddy. I heard.
I'm so screwed.
That's the worst.
So anyway, Ashley Parker, man, thank you to Dr. Dan for guiding me during the pandemic area. You saved me and my family. You so happy. I never gave in and got the shot based on your recommendation. So and $100 on the Venmo, Lummy.
Thank you.
And then PayPal. I think I made. Did I cover? Yeah, Fish on the J, and Joe Telsica got them both handled. So, Dan, I saw this yesterday. I emailed it to myself. I'm like, whoa, this has got it. I got to get the plastic surgeon's opinion on this. Now, I think this is a dude that is potentially trying to be a girl, or is it just a dude that's maybe gay, or is it a dude? I don't know. Maybe you
that maybe should even be like
I don't even know what
in the sentence.
I don't think there's a binary choice with this guy.
I don't know quite what we're working with here, but this person claims to have over $300,000 worth of work. And I think Dan would be like, hey, I don't care who walks through my, who am I to judge? If you got 300,000 large, I'll pump up the lips. I'll break your ribs. This guy's had his ribs broken. All kinds of different things. Now, Dan, what happens if a weirdo like this walks in and, wants all of this stuff? Have you ever had to tell a person no?
Oh, yeah. I say no all the time.
Like, no.
Yes, correct. I say no all the time.
How much do you think you spent in total on your surgeries? At this point, maybe like 300,000.
like on all my surgeries.
Can you give me like a lowdown of what you've had done? Do you mind?
Yeah, of course. So
Dan, you can help us out here.
Had a full facelift. That's why I have these scars like back here. A lip lift. And then I've had a rhinoplasty. I've had a cheek lift where they cut the muscle and they place them up higher.
It's part of a facelift.
Well, they cut
The cheek lift he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah, it's called a high smash facelift, which is why he's got nice, beautiful cheekbones.
And he does.
He does have beautiful cheekbones. No, his cheek and his lateral eye is nice. It's feminine, but nice.
I got to tell you, if he hadn't overdone the lips,
he'd be kind of handsome.
He'd be fine.
Yeah, his neck is nice. His nose, his eyes are nice.
I think he would have achieved potentially the feminism that he's trying to achieve, but somebody needed to maybe burn a timeout on these lips.
The lips are the diameter of a rattlesnake.
I sent you. I sent you their Instagram. It's
all right.
A buccal fat removal.
Hold on. What's buccal fat removal?
Buccal fat removal is the cheek fat. It's called a buccal fat pad, and a lot of people try to get them.
I got a lot of it.
I got none of it.
You got none, and I got. You know what? What you don't have.
Let's
Jay,
swap
I
up
got.
a little.
Can
I take some of Bubba's and put in mine?
You can have all my buccal fat you want, buddy.
Yeah, I got some buccal
Here's
fat.
the problem: when you're a young kid like clavicular, and you're trying to be like max. What's it called? The max
sexting.
Max sexting or whatever it is.
Max whatever the hell. Yeah.
When you're being a freak, it does give you a more sculpted face. The problem with it is when you're 40 and 50, you look emaciated. So it's okay now, but when you are age, you don't age well with it.
Buccal fat removal. I've had my lips done clearly, but that's like non-surgical. I've had my chest done twice.
And here's the deal.
We do his chest.
I don't know.
No, don't worry. There's not much there.
Hold on. But here's the deal, man. Like, had he not overdone his lips, which the surgeon did a great job on everything, except that the surgeon should have burned a timeout on the lips. The lips completely throw you off on the other good work that he's done.
Yeah.
Lipo on my stomach twice.
Now wait till you hear this, guys. He broke ribs, and he's crushing his organs. Listen.
My arms lipo, thighs lipo, and I've had my ass done twice, BBLs, and then after
Dan is a BBL, a Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah, so he's getting lipo to put fat in his butt to make his butt more round.
Okay.
that I got hydrogel injections in them, so it's like 17 injections in there right now. And then I got my ribs broken inwards, so they're still in there, but they're like crushing my organs in there right now.
So Dan, what's that?
Your floating ribs can be fractured or infractured, and so that way you get more of a tapered waist. They're not crushing anything.
Yeah. I might just have removed eventually. I had my teeth done, my neck lipoed. See, if I really thought about it and I had like an actual list, like just right there as a prompt, like I'm pretty sure I'm missing like 10 more.
How much do you think you spent in total?
Yeah, if you look at the Instagram, you see
Now,
they
let me,
look like you have like a 10 waist.
Did you send me?
Oh, her. Yeah, their Instagram.
What's the pronouns this person goes by?
Mateo Blanco?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. What's it? Oh my God.
So Dan, I don't know why if I click on it.
So the plastic surgeon that did his eyes and cheeks and neck should be applauded. The plastic surgeon that did everything else on him should be ashamed of himself. Look at that.
That is just ridiculous.
That's
not photoshopped.
No.
That's with the ribs, right, Dan?
That's the rib thing. That's how you get that skinny in the waist.
I need that done.
Because they're looking for a waist to hip ratio.
Oh my God! What a horror! I mean, like, who? Do you not have any parents that can help you burn a timeout in life? I mean, oh my God! And then here we go. This picture here. Like, look at is that how you get that waist, that small of a waist, Dan, is by breaking the floating hip or ribs?
Yes. That's how you get that small of a waist.
There we go.
You had a chin implant too, it looks like.
I mean, yeah. So anyway.
It's a cartoon. When you turn yourself into a clown, you've done enough. And this guy is a clown, in my opinion.
You've turned yourself into a cartoon. Great analogy. Absolutely.
Good evening. We begin tonight here with breaking news. The U.S. ceasefire with Iran is being severely tested tonight. Iran firing what it says.
See, again, I'm just saying, Jay, what are they doing? Make like they're just pushing our buttons, not being not being genuine about what they're trying to negotiate. You know, they tell the president we're close, don't blow us up. And then what do? They start screwing with us.
Yep. But like we said yesterday, wouldn't it be nice if they just started lighting them little boats up like they did outside of Venezuela? And that's exactly what they did.
We begin tonight here with breaking news. The U.S. ceasefire with Iran is being severely tested tonight. Iran firing what it says are warning shots at U.S. Navy ships. And President Trump...
Like fire a warning shot?
That's like a 50 caliber on the front of a boat, like me and Dan on a go-fast boat from Iran. That's what's going on right now. And like Dan's got something on his shoulder and he's trying to shoot it at a boat. And they're like, okay, kablam.
It's like taking a bottle rocket to a cannon fight.
Right.
Speaking with ABC News just a short time ago, Iran state...
Like, when are we going to be done with it? And said, okay, enough is enough. Bye-bye.
Yeah, this is what they're playing to Iran.
Tonight, airing images claiming to show the Iranian military firing those warning shots at U.S. ships near the Strait of Hormuz.
Nope.
It comes after President Trump announced the U.S. would now be helping to guide vessels through the strait. Iran also accused of attacking commercial vessels in the strait. And tonight, Iranian missiles and drones also attacking.
So again, I think we would agree, not that I'm trying to be right or not, that these people are not, they're the furthest thing from wanting a deal. They are not, they're disingenuous, and they will continue to make us look stupid by little dust-ups like this.
Mm-hmm.
And our president getting in front of the media, just want to let you know we're really close. You know, just need like another week to button this all up. We're real close. They're going to let us bring the excavators in. No, they're not. They're going to keep you looking stupid in front of your American public, and it's now the time where you be boss hogging Donald Trump and you be that arrogant, over-the-top mother effer and blow these people to smithereens. That's what your country needs right now. That's what we need. We need it.
The UAE. Tonight, with gas prices in the U.S. soaring up more than 30 cents in the last week and up again today, John Carl tonight and what President Trump just told him about all of this.
Tonight, in week 10 of this war, the fragile
week 10
ceasefire is teetering as Iran.
Now, it would be different. It was week 10 and we were making some progress, and they're not doing stupid stuff like this, and they're not sending their little fishing, their little John boats out and firing upon, they're not doing any of that. They're instead sitting down with us and negotiating, and we're showing progress on that. But we don't show, this does not show progress. This shows them being a bunch of dicks.
Which is new attacks. Iranian state media broadcasting.
I didn't even know, Jay, they had any of this stuff left.
It's Iranian state media showing this, and so I'm not sure that they necessarily have this stuff.
These images claiming they show rockets firing warning shots at American destroyers attempting to enter the Strait of Hormuz. It came after President Trump announced that the U.S. will now help some of the 1,600 cargo ships and tankers stranded outside the strait, posting, "We will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so they can freely and ably get on with their business." Today, the administration announced 2 U.S.-flagged commercial ships were able to make it through. But Iran responded with a defiant show of force, firing at American Navy vessels and a commercial South Korean ship.
That's all it takes for me. Yep. As President Clem. Wow, we'd be done by now. I mean, we'd be done. We would have had it all handled last night.
The head of Central Command,
or tonight,
Admiral Brad Cooper, telling reporters the U.S. fought back, sinking 6 Iranian military boats.
The cruise missiles were going after both U.S. Navy ships, but mostly after commercial shipping. We defended both ourselves, and consistent with our commitment, we defended all the commercial ships.
But Iran didn't stop there.
No, they ain't stopping.
Brad
Video
Cooper's
circulating on
actors.
social media.
What's that?
Brad Cooper's one of my favorite actors.
Media shows flames reaching toward the sky from an oil port in the United Arab Emirates after an Iranian strike, the first major attack since the ceasefire went into effect. The big question tonight, is the ceasefire collapsing? When I spoke with President Trump this afternoon, he downplayed Iran's attacks, insisting it was, quote, not heavy firing. When I asked him,
any firing at all ain't cool. Now we're fragmenting firing. What about? I mean, that's not close to getting a deal.
I understand that, but having a measured response to a small, you have to admit though, Bubba, firing 3 or 4 missiles and a couple go-fast boats is not the same as them, firing 600 missiles at the same time.
And it's not also the same
at 10 different countries.
And it's also not the same of that we're getting close to getting a deal done, and that these guys want a deal done in the worst way. It's eons away from that as well.
About the missiles fired at the UAE, he told me they were shot down for the most part. One got through, not huge damage. Trump says ships are moving through the strait and the war is going well.
It's working out very nicely.
But most Americans disagree.
Hold on. This ain't Bubba Clem. This ain't Bubba Clem. This is what America. I talk to people. I talk to my Democratic friends. I talk to my Republican friends. I talk to people that voted for this guy, myself included. And I know how I feel. I'm not happy with it at all. I don't feel like we're getting any. I just feel like we're getting jacked around. We're just getting jacked off, and I don't want to jack off from these
from these Iranians,
from these stinky bastards. I want a hot chick jacking me off.
Yeah. Our new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll shows 61% called the war a mistake.
61%.
Just 36.
That's not 61% of Democrats. That's not 61% of it. This is 61% of our country.
6% say it was the right decision. Americans increasingly unhappy with the state of the economy. Gas prices averaging $4.47 a gallon, up $1.53 since the start of the war, jumping more than 30 cents since just last week. Today, with gas prices up, peace talks stall, and Iran on the attack, I asked the president about the prospects for ending the war. He told me, quote, "We have it under control. One way or another, we win. And you know why, John?" He said, "I always win."
John Carl leading us off.
They never once talked about gas prices like that at the beginning of Russia's war on Ukraine. Gas prices are still not the same as they were at that point, where they were over $120 a barrel.
It's 100,
and I don't remember.
Right now, as we speak, it's 103 as we speak. I got the up-to-date ticker.
And it was 120 after the beginning of the Russian war, and we were told, this is what you do for democracy. And then we were giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine because we were told that's what you do for democracy. They haven't even, I think they're at like 50 billion. And I think everyone should just take a breath, give them a second. And let's see if this diplomacy, I know what you're saying.
We can't go much longer, Jay.
I'm kind of somewhere between you and Dan, because I think right now we should be doing those strategic strikes inside of Iran where it's like, you're the leaders, boom, no, you're not anymore. Who's the next round of leaders?
What happened to the
IRGC.
4 weeks ago when we were giving them a 2-week reprieve? And, that was like the dead set, hard date. We're going to blow you up in, 18 seconds past the top of the hour. Then they get another 2-week reprieve. And it's getting to be, it's that spoiled brat that his mom and dad never discipline him. They just talk him to death, but he's never held accountable. And so he just keeps being a brat because nobody lit his ass up. And these brats need their ass lit up. I'm done talking.
I just think that he needs to be, people need to, I agree with you. And I just think it needs to be surgical, not I'm going to blow the whole civilization off the map. Because at this point, if I remember correctly, there's been about 4,000 casualties, almost all of which have been military. You don't hear this as a genocide and that we're killing all the civilians, because we're not. He has not killed a bunch of civilians in this. Iran has killed nearly 45,000 civilians who protested over the last 2.5 months.
It's all
and
bad.
That's the problem why they're afraid to stand up, Bubba. They're still afraid to stand up, and he's trying to still, I think in my mind, still trying to give the people an opportunity to, eventually the military people aren't being paid, like our TSA workers, their military is not being paid. How long do they work for free? Our economic stronghold is hitting soon.
These nut jobs for the rest until they're dead. These people are not wired the same way we are until they're dead.
But this operation of freedom of navigation, how intelligent does that seem?
While keeping economic strangulation and hitting them with the might of our military. And Jesse, let me tell you, when you add A-10s and Apaches to the fight, having been on the ground and having those overhead, it's like a sigh of relief. I guarantee they are sending out their mosquito boats under, gun. They're probably forcing their people to hit the street.
And you know what we need more of? Because we don't get enough of it, is we need, footage of us annihilating some of these mosquito boats.
Yeah. Yep.
We need that.
Yep.
I mean, Donald Trump, that would go a long way with the American people saying, I just want to let you know it's over with regards to us just turning the other cheek and let these little mosquito boats go. And no, every one of them will be blown to smithereens, and I will have documentation of every one of them. And we start blowing, he starts spreading some pro-America, propaganda. He's not doing any of that. So you know what? War's not pretty. They started it with regards to this, not abiding by the ceasefire, not negotiating in good faith. We're the furthest away from the Hormuz being open 100%, so that people don't have to be escorted to and from. We're the furthest away from any type of uranium extraction. We're the furthest away from getting them to put a new regime in there. We're the furthest away from taking away their long-range ballistic capabilities, other than the fact that we've blown almost everything up, and I don't think they can do that to begin with. But then you know what? Show the American public what we're doing.
You're 100% right. If we need Norman Schwarzkopf every afternoon at 5 o'clock showing what targets we did, war was covered so differently.
Don't let Americans have to form their own opinion as to what's happening. We are a very much show me culture.
Yep.
Show us annihilating them, because it's to the point of, we can't be nice about it. We've tried to be nice about it. And all they've done is mess with us, kill, continue to bomb, continue. Listen, they're showing propaganda of them blowing us up. So, why can't we do the same?
Rates in those small boats.
They don't want to do those boats.
No. And add that to what Scott Bessent's done with his economic strangulation. He just reported that their soldiers are no longer getting paid. I'll tell you, it's one thing to scream, death to America when you're getting paid and you're feeding your family. But once that stops, the loyalty goes away. And so they're losing control over their regime, which we didn't even think was possible to the extent we've beaten them. But this is a beautiful thing. This is a foregone conclusion. The president just needs time, and the Democrats are on the wrong side of history right here.
And you know what, the president, if he needs time, great, I'll give it to him. But he needs to tell me exactly how much time he needs so that I have something to look forward to. He needs to say, I just want to let you know, I need 2 weeks. That's all I need is your patience for 2 weeks. Because in 2 weeks, I'll have this handled one way or the other. Great. And then I'm not bitching for 2 weeks. Because he told me, and I'll give him that 2 week reprieve. But in that 2 weeks, he needs to show the U.S. kicking ass and bombing these little bastards and making dust piles out of these mosquito boats and wrecking havoc on this country. That's what he needs to do.
I think it happens before the 4th of July of our 250th anniversary.
Let me something, Jay. If it doesn't, he's done.
Then the midterms are over too.
He's going to get impeached. I'm just telling you. He's his own. He controls his own destiny. He does. Mm-hmm. And if this goes clear till July 4th, and continue to escalate the gas prices, because the gas prices aren't going to go down until we're done here.
That's only 2 months.
Yep.
That's not a long time. We're less than 60 days.
Until we have this thing done and closure. If this thing goes to July 4th and our 250th anniversary of being a country, and Americans are going to see him on the White House lawn doing UFC, whatever the hell it is.
Yep.
And then we're going to be like, but we still got this going on over there. He's done. And you might as well just kick every Republican candidate that's seeking re-election or election in the nuts, because it will be an absolute bloodbath for the midterms. It will be a bloodbath, and they'll have control of the House, and they'll have control of the Senate, and they will impeach him. Mm-hmm. You can lock that in. So why he's not being a little more aggressive about this? Because he's dealing with a bunch of nut jobs that don't care about him.
Yeah. I forgot we were only 60 days away. You know what? I'm on Team Bubba now. Light them up.
Light them up.
Light them up. You
Light
got 59 days.
And more importantly,
light
them up and show us.
Yes.
Show us lighting them up and let me go, God damn it, you're right. You're messing with the wrong country.
Knock the other 15% out.
Get me something to be patriotic about. You know what? I got one story to tell before I go to words. I hope Dan can stick around because I want to get into this Islamic deal. But I watched Game 6 against the Lightning and the Montreal Canadiens.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
We all did. And did you notice when they sang the national anthem, because they just sing both teams, everybody in Canada were attentive. They were respectful. If they knew the words, they sang it. If not, they sat there quietly. But then when they sang the the Canadian national anthem, every kid, every woman, every old person sat there and sang it word for word and was so patriotic and loved their country. They loved their country, and it was so patriotic. I'm like, I turned to Eric on. I'm like, God, you watch a game in America, and half of the players aren't singing. Half of the people don't have their hands on their heart. Half of the people don't even know the national anthem the way it was indoctrinated into us. Half of our people probably don't know the Pledge of Allegiance. We are so unpatriotic. It's disgusting. And to show, just...
Do you know why? Because if you were patriotic over the last 20 years, you were labeled as an extremist.
Well,
and that's the sin that the media has. One of the great sins of the media is allowing that concept to propagate. That if you were pro-American, you were somehow fascist,
or
racist,
anti-something else,
misogynist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, or anti-something, a xenophobe.
That shows you how screwed up we are, and I agree with you. You get put into a box if you put your hand on your heart and you sit there and sing the national anthem with pride and intestinal fortitude. And some people look at you as a nut job.
This is the problem in England. If you wave the English Union Jack flag with pride, you're being racist. In their own country, they can't swing their own flag without being accused of being xenophobic and racist. In their own freaking country, it's the ultimate dichotomy of reason.
You've been in our box, Bubba. When the national anthem flies, our hats are off, everyone's standing, and everyone is singing.
If you know the words, sing them. And I was looking at Canada and be like, man, these are people that love their country, and the kids all know the national anthem, the parents all know it, the players all know it, and we could care less about our national anthem. Most people don't even know it. Most people don't even know the words to it. Anyway, I wanted to play this before Dan's got to leave. I know he's got a heart out, but I saw this, and this is Mandami, the new New York mayor. And this is a press conference that he had yesterday promoting and basically being a mark for Islam, denoting that Islam is the religion of New York and his office. And this absolutely, whatever happened to the separation of church and state?
I was just going to say that.
Whatever happened to do your job politically, represent your constituents and the people that you represent, and keep religion out of it? You can privately be whatever you want, including agnostic or atheist, but do not use the mayor's pulpit and the mayor's podium to spread this nonsense when the religion that you're spreading is one of the most barbaric formulated religions out there. Oh, I mean, he's giving this to me.
It's gonna do it again.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I just played it. I literally just played it.
I watched you.
I literally just played it. And
accept suffering as unchangeable. We need not accept suffering as unchangeable. We need not treat hatred as the natural state. We have the power to set ourselves free. And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration. The story of the Hijrah reminds us that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a stranger too, who fled Mecca and was welcomed in Medina. Surah An-Nahl 1642 tells us, as for those who immigrated in the cause of Allah after being persecuted, we will surely bless them with a good home in this world. Or as the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Islam began as something strange and will go back to being strange. So glad tidings to the strangers. If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. Let us create a new expectation of City Hall, where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will stand with the stranger today.
Man, he is a good speaker, but what he is saying is frightening. Frightening.
I gave Dan the heads up that we're going here because I know Dan knows a little bit more about Islam than I do. I've looked into it a little bit since I knew I was going to run this article, and I'm beside myself that the mayor of the largest city in America is going down this road. Oh my God!
He's not standing for the national anthem.
No, and Islam cries peace and practices
wife beating,
practices violence,
honor violence, rape.
They have
extreme Muslims.
First of all, in the Quran, there's several levels of law. There's a Hadud, which is like the Sharia law, which is includes like crimes against God and sex crimes, which is under the Zina classification. And in those situations, stoning, beheading, 100 lashes are all reasonable penalties.
Amputation.
Then you have the Qisas law, which is the eye for the eye, which is like if you caught stealing, you get your hands cut off. If you kill someone, then someone from that family should be able to kill you. There's also another huge thing called apostasy. When you denounce your religion, and according to the Muslim law, you denounce your religion, they can annul your marriage, they can seize your assets, seize your kids, and kill you. So, beheading, stoning, amputation, mutilation,
wife beating, rape.
Your wife is your property. If she doesn't do what you say, you can publicly humiliate or punish her. It is a very, very two-sided religion. It's a religion that he's preaching. He's preaching tolerance, and yet the Shiites and the Sunnis, if you put them in a room together, will kill each other.
Yes.
They have no tolerance. Again, it's the intolerant trying to force tolerance on everyone else.
But how disturbing is that coming from, hold on, not just a mayor, but the mayor of the largest city in our great country, the financial capital of the world. And, New York represents so much. It's supposed to be the mecca of what's good in our country with the Statue of Liberty and, formerly the Twin Towers. And now, it's supposed to be, it represents Wall Street and, just everything that New York is supposed to be to our country. Times Square and Manhattan, and to know that this guy is the leader of arguably the most important city in the world, in the world, is really, really, really disturbing.
I sent you the kind of a breakdown of a lot of the laws that they follow. Like, girls can be sodomized until they're vaginally raped after 8 years of age, and women cannot testify against a rapist. Things like that.
Sharia law.
If you scroll down a little bit,
Theft is punishable by amputation of the hands. Criticizing or denying any part of the Quran is punishable by death. Criticizing Muhammad or denying that he is the prophet is punishable by death. Criticizing or denying Allah is punishable by death. A Muslim who becomes a non-Muslim is punishable by death.
That's what I was just talking about, when you denounce your religion.
Yep.
When you start off Muslim, if you decide you don't want to be Muslim anymore, they can kill you.
Right. If I say, hey, listen, I just kind of want to go do the Catholic gimmick a little bit. I know. Nope.
You will die.
You're dead.
A non-Muslim who leads a Muslim away from Islam is punishable by death. A non-Muslim who marries a Muslim a non-Muslim man who marries a Muslim woman is punishable by death.
What?
Yep. Homosexuality is punishable by death. By sodomizing boys is fine. Girls' clitoris should be cut. Girls can be sodomized until and vaginally. I'm sorry. Girls can be sodomized until and vaginally raped after 8 years of age. A woman or a girl who's been raped cannot testify in court against her rapists. Testimonies of 4 male witnesses are required to prove rape of a female. A woman or girl who alleges rape without producing 4 male witnesses is guilty of adultery. A woman or girl found guilty of adultery is punishable by death. A male convicted of rape can have his own conviction dismissed by marrying his victim. Muslim men have sexual rights to any woman or girl not wearing a hijab. A woman can have...
Read that one out loud again.
Muslim men have sexual rights to any woman or girl not wearing a hijab.
That means if a Muslim man catches you without a hijab on, he can rape you without with impunity, according to their church.
Yes.
That's what that means.
Yes. If you're a
Just
girl,
to interpret that one for the cheap
and you're
seats.
not wearing a hijab, and a Muslim man walks up to you, he can rape you. And it also says girl. So I'm assuming a woman might
Anything, I want 8 or over.
Yeah.
Yes. A woman can have one husband who can have up to 4 wives.
Hey.
A man can beat his wife for insubordination. A man can unilaterally divorce his wife. A wife needs her husband's consent to divorce. A divorced wife loses custody of all children over the age of 6 or when they exceed it. A woman's testimony in court allowed in property cases carries half the weight of a man's.
Oh, my Lord.
A female heir inherits half of what a male heir inherits. A woman cannot speak alone to a man who is not her husband or relatives. Meat to eat must come from animals that have been sacrificed to Allah. And Muslims should engage in, I don't know what this is called.
Takika?
And lie to non-Muslims to advance Islam.
Right there. That's why you can't negotiate with them. That last sentence is the reason you can't negotiate with them, because you can't. They don't negotiate with women, and if you're a non-Muslim, they're not going to negotiate in good faith with you.
Here we are. Muslims should engage in whatever this is called.
Tagiya.
And lie to non-Muslims to advance them. Now, what is the religion of Iraq?
Muslim.
Iran?
Iran.
Both.
Muslim.
It's Muslim.
Yeah. So you think they're going to, their religion says they got to lie to us.
You remember when Iran and Iraq were at war with each other for like 40 years? Because one was Shia and one was Sunni.
Yeah.
They were both Muslim. They just couldn't get along with each other.
I cannot see how the people of New York, that in conjunction with this asshole from Chicago. Oh, my God. You know what?
Ugh.
By the way, Chicago, the 3rd largest city in America. New York, the number 1 largest city in America. And if you look at number 2, Los Angeles, I think they got a nut job, too. They got some woman nut job out there, I think. The mayor of Los Angeles. Yeah. This guy's the biggest dick ever to live. Ever. Anyway, yeah, that's our mayor of New York. Danny, thank you for your insight.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
You guys have a great day.
You too, buddy.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
We're just not reading shit. Like
you only got three witnesses that I read to you? You're dead now.
That means 3 men can participate.
Yeah. That's adultery.
Oh my Lord.
Off of their head.
It's absolutely insane.
Cut the vagina.
What's up, Fin 212? Good morning, everybody. Wow, Bubba, that's our mayor. And he says it in such flowery and lovable ways. It's I want that.
But also
right?
says it with vitriol and says it with, conviction.
What's up, New York Greg? Good morning. Grouper Lips, Holy Oak Joe. How's everybody doing? Amen, Snizuki Slayer. That's what I try to tell my kids. Control what you can control. What up, Dirt Merchant? Well, I was just looking at that piece that Mandamni said, and if you just replaced Islam with Christianity, if any politician said that about Christianity, it would be front page news. Separation of church and state, like Bubba said. What up, Mike from Mass, Dave Rock, Johnny K. Steel Slinger, what up? Robbie Rodman, Internet Fred, Jay Bowler, what's up, everybody? Morning to you, Soupy John. Ghost Profiles Past, how you doing? What up, Attack of the Dog? Ned, his Earps, the Thomas Gilson. I'll tell Dan to have a great day. Thank you, buddy.
Driving up healthcare and disaster costs. How can the EPA justify abandoning that duty to
What up,
protect
Erwin Fletcher?
Americans
2230.
from polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
I think being vocal and voting is important, Patty. Good morning, Tim Moore, 8307. Cracker Chris, 79. What up, buddy? Uncle Rocky. Tim Moore. Chaos Possum Racing, what up? Jeff Freerson, 8764. Bubba's FF Medic, what up? Liz, 84. Hope everyone's doing 843 operator. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. I agree with that, Mike John. It's going to take a minute, but I don't think that the American public have more than the 4th of July in them. And, that's just me guessing. Kenny Powers, what up? Buzzard Bob. Brandon Foster, how you doing? I don't agree with you, Black Iron Cali. He's got common sense off the Richter scale. You know that. You've been watching the show for long enough. What up, dog? For some reason, I don't think that's the red line that he has, Kenny Powers. He's gonna have to. All of a sudden, I'm Team Bubba, Andrew G. He's right. He's got 59 days to get on this.
He's fucked.
If he, honestly, I didn't think 4th of July was coming so soon, but if he doesn't get it done by 4th of July, he is fucked.
Well, Steve last week said that it was a week. It was a week out.
They've created.
When? Last week?
This is where I live.
I think he's trying
my
to.
home burned down. For this, I've never heard of this. The thing I am concerned and feel about him is that I feel like he's exploiting the grief of people in the Palisades, and I think that's right.
We'll see.
Well, 1 week from the 28th is today.
I don't think it happened. That's Peter Jennifer, has a spin instructor. Stop and go, Steve. What's up, everybody?
Morning, Jay Bowler. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Ashley Parker.
Thank you, Ashley Parker.
Work together.
Broadcasting live
Filthy bastard!
from the den of sin. Just leave your morals at the door.
Yeah!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And I got to make this quick because I'm running late. I'm always running late. Damn it. Because I got so much to talk about when I got Dan up in here, and I got to get his expert opinion.
That's right.
Poor Dan. I probably made him late today, too. But I had to get his opinion and get his insight into Islam. I knew that he probably... And did you see, Lummy? He rattled it off, too.
He sure did.
Jesus, he's so smart.
He knew what he was talking about.
Damn. I was asked a very, man, I don't even know how to break this down. And it's my good friend Gooch, Jeff Patterson, 3-time NASCAR gas man, and employee number 1 with Tony Stewart. Tony's longest tenured, again, employee 1. Kind of like your Pity. Is Pity employee 1?
No, he's friend number 1.
Yeah, so he's like your Larry Plummer.
He's my Larry Plummer.
Now, was he your friend when you were growing up?
Kindergarten.
Oh, yeah. So just like me and Larry.
Yeah.
Me and Larry met in kindergarten.
And then we're inseparable from middle school through college and to now. We were roommates and fraternity brothers.
I wish, Larry and I, he obviously were 15, 16, 1,700 miles apart, maybe 1,200. But the only thing that would make my relationship better with Larry is if we could work together.
Could you imagine if he could come in now at the twilight of your career and help run what you're doing now?
Oh, my God.
That's what happened for me.
That is just so awesome.
It's the best
to be able to work with your all-time, longest tenured, truly best friend be your... And it's my understanding, like, he's your right-hand guy. Like, he's...
Yes.
Like...
He's my CFO. He runs the money. He's not, but he runs my books.
Yeah,
he runs it all.
He runs the show.
Yep.
Damn.
100%.
And what a good dude. I don't know Pity like I know Jimmy Cleavis and everything, but Pity's always been so good to me. I mean, I know obviously we see each other coming and going to different events, but he's just always been so good to you, and I'm just so very thankful on how he keeps you centered. And what a great.
The most honest guy in the world, like you're Larry Plummer. I mean, if you had Larry Plummer in your books, you wouldn't have to check your books, would you?
No.
So,
no way. And I'd be so rich right now.
And he'd be pinching your pennies for you.
Larry doesn't even let his wife get 25 cents by him.
I mean, my firm has never been run.
Of a hand, huh?
Yeah. Oh, Larry's got a pimp hand like you wouldn't believe.
Pity too.
Man, Larry Plummer makes Mary Lou balance out her Amazon account to the penny. And if she buys something on Larry's credit card, that's not for the household and it's for her, he says, I need $72 from you, Mary Lou, immediately. It's not for the house. So anyway, Jeff Patterson, Gooch, Tony Stewart's employee number 1, he asked me an unbelievable question, and I think I got to I don't know if I can just spontaneously answer it. I think I've got to put some thought to it, and I think it's long form too. And Lummy, I'm running way behind, so I don't think I can get into it, but it's something I definitely want to talk about, and maybe you guys can help me. But that's, he says, I know the difference between the freedom of speech that Biden took from you and the freedom of speech that Trump is trying to take from Kimmel. But I was wondering if you could explain that further to your average listener that doesn't probably understand. Wow. On peripherally and just on the surface, I would say, Biden censored me in a way that was not using his agency and wasn't necessarily at the forefront of like it being a Joe Biden thing. Joe Biden put pressure on Facebook and YouTube. And listen, Zuckerberg went and testified, and people from Google went and testified that the federal government under Biden's administration leaned on social networking platforms and deplatformed conservative or people that had opposing opinions of what COVID, the opposing opinions about COVID, or that leaned too far right and had a conservative message. And Biden didn't necessarily want to be in the forefront of that, so he did it in a very sneaky, underhanded way, and had his little minions go And that's how I was censored by Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm. And he was successful.
And he was very successful about it. And I got deplatformed based on, a doctor giving his advice on how he treats COVID. And the way that Dr. Dan treated COVID was not illegal. He wasn't using any illicit drugs. He wasn't using any medicine that is not approved by the FDA. It was all over the counter, or some of the simple, not even a schedule,
not a narcotic.
No, not even a opiate based or a scheduled narcotic. Basically the harshest thing Dan had you take was a steroid-based nebulizer and, ivermectin, which is not, which is like, baby aspirin, like nothing. And so because Dan's remedy to fix or to treat COVID at 100% success rate was not pro big pharma, was anti don't get the shot, which went against, what the government was trying to sling or propagandize. And so Joe Biden censored me in that manner, in a very shady, underhanded, crappy, really, really, really not cool way.
And can I just add to that little context?
Please do.
Because, Danny really wasn't anti-anything. He was trying to question the information that we were getting. He was not saying, don't ever. He was saying only the people that are vulnerable or old should get the vaccination. Right. And at the beginning, there was no vaccination for the first very long period of time. And that's when he was promoting the only known remedy to help the people that were sick, which at the time wasn't even ivermectin. It was hydroxychloroquine with the Z-Pack kicker.
Z-Pack and a nebulizer
for round
potentially.
one.
Yeah.
And so, he was dealing with these issues in real time from a position of let's be fully informed. And the Biden administration was successful in deplatforming many voices, including the president, Dr. Marty McCary, Joe Rogan, all
Alex
these people.
Jones,
exactly.
Anybody that had a
counter narrative,
a somewhat conservative-based counter narrative, we got deplatformed. But we didn't have our licenses pulled. And there was not a particular rule within the Federal Communications Commissions that we were violating. And so, it was very shady, very underhanded.
That's when we learned the term misinformation.
And, and also cancel.
Yep.
Cancel culture, misinformation. So so Trump is in one way not as bad as what Biden's did, but in another way far worse. And the fact that he's being fully transparent, pounding his chest on trying to get Jimmy Kimmel thrown off the air when it's basically, at best, hurtfilioma. Jimmy Kimmel has not violated any FCC rules at all with regards to indecency or slander or libel. And me and Jay talked about this yesterday off mic. It'd be like, okay, Donald Trump, let's say that Jimmy Kimmel slandered you or defamed you. What are your damages? What are your damages? And, so one of the things that MJ had the biggest problem with, and so Jay brilliantly on direct questioning, brilliantly, might have been on redirect, might have been when he, MJ. So
it was, Greg did the cross-examination, but I did it in closing argument that there were no damages.
Right, so like MJ, yeah. So Bubba called you a midget with pubic hair. Yeah. And you were, people shouted that to you in public. Yeah. Me and my family. Okay. How many bonuses did you lose with regards to your ratings? None. How many clients did you lose because of Bubba calling you names and even calling your wife a whore on the air? How many clients did you lose? None. And how many national ad buys or, how financially, how did Bubba calling you names and calling your wife names, how did that hurt your pocketbook? How did that hurt your checking ledger? He didn't.
So
and I can remember Jay saying, I don't have any further questions, or Greg. It was Greg on direct.
That was in the trial, but I took his deposition for 28 hours. It was a 32-hour deposition.
Yeah.
Greg did 4, I did 28 hours. And so what I did during that deposition, and you were there, everyone was there, I said, name for me a person who heard those statements live, believed them to be true, and treated you differently. And there wasn't a single one. And then what you also, because you were you and Brent are some of the best clients ever, because during that time period, you're like, guess what, Jay? He just signed a new contract, more money.
Yep.
Guess what? He never needed any security.
But I said, real quick, sorry, on the YouTube, when it's on the YouTube front, I sent you what the policy used to be. It's right there. See the policy? That was the policy violation, and you get banned from YouTube during COVID, which is why we started taking what we did down.
Right. Policy violation. This is a Joe Biden, this came from the government. And they used Facebook, YouTube, to police this policy. Policy violation. The policy prohibits content that contradicts local health authorities or the WHO guidance on COVID-19 prevention, treatment, and transmission.
Yep.
So I got to go into words, but here's the thing. Trump is completely wrong in his interpretation of what the FCC can do. And he's now got the FCC trying to sniff around under the guise of license renewal. And he's actually told ABC, you can see it, it's been printed a million times, fire Jimmy Kimmel or else. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, in the fundamentalist part of defaming and slandering and liable, you have to prove damages. What damages has Donald Trump suffered? He hasn't lost an election. He can't say that, he can't say that his wife isn't giving him any ass. There's nothing to say other than my feelings are hurt. I just want to let you tell you, my feelings are hurt. Melania's upset. You can't say that about the president. Well, you can. And you need to get over yourself. Because if this goes higher to either a federal judge or the Supreme Court, in the Supreme Court setting, and the fundamentalist of the First Amendment, you will lose 9-0. Because you do not understand what you're talking about. And hurt feelings is not and are not illegal. They're not. You cannot hold a person accountable. He's a comedian that said some not so cool stuff in a joking, hyperbole context that upset you and your feelings. That's not illegal. And the most fundamentalist of our sacred laws that make up our country, the First Amendment, our country was built upon that. And your ability to criticize the king and your ability to redress your government. And Donald Trump, who is the commander-in-chief and took an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States, is completely not protecting the Constitution of the United States and is trying to weaponize it. That, I think, is the difference between what Biden did and what Trump's trying to do.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Bubba said is, Trump is attempting to do these things, and that's true. And in some ways, Biden did it worse because he was successful.
Yeah, like I said, in some ways,
exactly right.
Biden's worse.
Yeah.
In some ways, but yet in some ways, he's not.
Well, this is one of the few times that Trump's not on the right side of the 80-20 issue. This is one of those issues where most people, regardless of political stripes, don't give up. But First Amendment, let it go. And so why he's on the wrong side of this issue, I just don't understand. He should have already known. He touched the hot stove once before with the Jimmy Kimmel thing. They didn't fire him. They gave him his job back.
Yeah.
He should learn from that. Step away.
And he tried to get the fucking FCC involved that time.
And he looked stupid. I mean, you know, plastic straws and girls in sport, women in sports, and all those things that are so easy.
Those are big fucking matzo balls that he could be laying down.
Right. And this one could be too. If he had just said, you know what, it's First Amendment, he can say what he says, it's a bad joke, no one watches him, low ratings, would have been way better. You know, Grouper Lips is not assassination attempts are not from that, you know what I mean? It's not from the Jimmy Kimmel joke.
No.
It would be more from the narrative that's coming
And listen,
from
if
CNN
any of those
MSNBC.
fucking, and the only way you'd be able to prove that is if you could get this dude that just did the White House gimmick, the guy from Butler's dead, and then the guy from Mar-a-Lago, those were all before Jimmy Kimmel.
Right.
But if you could get, and when they start putting these motherfuckers on trial, they say, yeah, you know what, I watched Jimmy Kimmel and it made me want to shoot the president. Well, you'd have something.
Well, that's in that guy's manifesto. He was definitely regurgitating a lot of the stuff that they've been saying for the last 3 years. Nazi, threat to democracy, you know, all that shit, which is the constant narrative they're given for years, and people believe it when they're mentally weak. Do you remember? But we had so much shit on that the damages thing. We had him at like the who's who of man. He was like one of the top 3 men in the, remember the best dressed man, and he like a fashion show that he walked out. No one bothered him anywhere. He went to a parade and people booed him, and he went to the Monster Gym and people booed him. Monster Gym, that was the funniest. Oh, what a fucking case. Oh, that's not true, Slick Ryan. There were attempts on Obama's life. Don't you remember the guy trying to run into the White House with a fucking knife? That happened. He ran across the White House. I think he jumped the fence, ran across the White House alarm, and then made it in the door. I don't disagree with you, Suzuki. I'm just saying, you know, I don't think that's a call to action. You know, I'm a First Amendment purist, and I'm going to say let it fly, and let the public opinion determine, the marketplace of public opinion determine what's okay and what's not. Not me. Definitely not my government. That's right. He has no talent, and that's why he's going to be gone in just such a little time. I saw that Miller Lite. It was a little bit different, but similar. Talking about how many years I think the king had been married, and he said, "I don't think I'll go there." His parents, "Don't think I'll make that."
Lummy, I'm going to do my video breakdown today, right?
He's not in here.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
No. Yeah, all good, Fintooth.
When the sign said long-haired freaky people need not apply.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All of the Bubba Army now returns.
Venmo. Cash App. Light me up, cuz. Lots of new stuff that we're working on. I had a meeting with Matt Cox yesterday. Lummy, we got a concept that we're working on. Yes. He's helping me with something, which is going to help add content to the overall, content machine, if you will. I'm very excited. I think obviously Lasker is going to do Lasker Unleashed.
Already got 14 emails.
14 emails. Fantastic. And listen, you can email me stuff, too, in the show. It doesn't have to be all Lasker stuff. Maybe you got a question about the show.
Yep. I got a question. What do you do, Lasker, if you get hair in your food? I would like to know what he does.
What does Gene do?
Yeah, that's a question I want.
Oh, like do you
if he's at
send
a
it back?
restaurant and he gets like a pubic hair in his food, what's he doing?
See, can I tell you something? When I get a hair in my food, which just happened not too long ago,
Ooh.
I just take it out.
What? And you eat it?
No, I just take it out and throw it on the ground.
No, I don't mean eat the hair. I mean you eat the food?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a deal breaker for me. No way, dude. I've lost my appetite immediately.
I was just like, whatever.
What?
If it's just one.
I bet you Lasker goes unleashed on that one.
Yeah.
I don't even know, but that's a great. I know Dan. Dan
loses it.
Dan loses it if they don't fry his bloomin' onion correctly.
That's correct.
I mean, like if it's too not done, it goes back. If it's overdone, it goes back. It like anything short of Dan back there cooking it, I don't think would ever, it's ever going to be right. I think Dan might be, out of you, Steve, and Dan, he probably is the one that sends the most stuff back.
100%.
Yeah. God love him for everything that he does right. Sorry that we have to get on him a little bit from time to time. But
in his defense, he's the only one that he always gets the hair in his plate. If there's a table of 10 people, it's always Dan. It's not his fault. It just happens.
Lummy, I'm way behind. Let me burn another one, and then we can say goodbye. All right. Maybe I'll have time to play this Chicago mayor, this Brandon Johnson guy. Maybe I'll have a chance to play, and we can go a little bit over on that deal. But Lummy, I'd like for you to see if you can get a hold of this guy. This guy is like Brandon Johnson's biggest nemesis.
I follow him on social media.
Is his name William Kelly?
Let me look it up.
I don't know what his name is, but he's the one guy that goes to all the mayoral press conferences is the only guy that holds this joker accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had a little run in a couple days ago with this Brandon Johnson guy, mayor of Chicago, and we'll get to it next before we end the program.
Bubba the Love Sponge. I listen to Bubba every day. I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it. We love him. Couldn't do without it.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
And I've watched a bunch of those shows. She's entertaining. I'm not going anywhere, Nick. Till Bubba kicks me out, I'm here for life. We're brothers from another mother.
I'm gonna do a skag gimmick.
Okay.
I need it. I need air check of it.
No problem. Patty. Still has it.
What would Lasker do if a contractor hit on his wife?
Kill him. I mean,
I had that once.
He'd shoot him. That's his.
I had that once.
That's his queen. Like, that's his queen.
I had a contractor once come in when I was out of town, and it's when Kendall and I were married just a year or two. And I had a young baby. And the guy was going to do like cameras around the house, and she heard him outside the window talking about how hot he was and how big her diamond was, and so she called me up. That's when you had to go do depots out of state. And I was doing a depot, and I came home and I called him up and I said, hey man, I just want to let you know I'm armed and dangerous. You know where all my cameras are, and you don't talk about my wife that way, and if you do, it's going to be problems. I don't expect you ever to come around here again. You're fired. Was he apologetic? He was, oh, I wasn't in jail. I'm like, listen, you can't be saying things about people. You're supposed to be a security guy. You're talking about the size of my wife's diamond and how hot she is. You're
I've been talking about how, don't get mad at me, I've been talking about how nice her ass is. Phew.
That's why you're not doing security for me.
Your wife has, listen, your wife's beautiful and everything, but her ass is fucking impeccable. I've looked at it. She's got a nice ass, Jay. And don't be mad at me for saying that. I mean, she's got that, like, riding a horse ass, if that makes sense.
William Kelly, yes. She's an athlete.
Yeah, that's what she has. That she was an athlete.
For sure, state champion baseball, fast pitcher.
But she also rode horses too, didn't she?
No horses.
No.
No, she raised goats.
But she's a farm girl, where she's out doing shit, not fucking sitting inside fucking playing video games. Old girl was out fucking doing farm shit.
She was in ag wearing one of those blue vests like Napoleon Dynamite, you know, literally showing goats at the Florida State Fair. That's her two claims to fame is state champion fast pitch pitcher for Gaither, and she won the Florida State Fair with her goat. That fucking goat was like a dog. It was unbelievable how trained it was. That's what they do. It would jump on the trampoline and get up on the roof, and it would just be sitting up there on the roof like the side of a mountain. It's crazy. Vote for Pedro. She could have probably won that milk sour tasting thing. Oh, God. Whew. Diddy? I tried Bubba right? Thank you, Pedro.
It's Bubba.
Now for a word of caution.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Did you hear it? Oh, yeah.
So before I end the program today, I'm not going to be able to get into the Brandon Johnson stuff. I'll do that tomorrow. But I get a call. Lummy, I'm laying down a little bit yesterday trying to fight this kidney stone, killing me.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not answering. I'm really not taking any phone calls, anything like that. And then I see Big Gus, Emerald Coast, Harley. And I'm like, oh, man, that's Big Gus.
Yeah, you can't ignore him.
I already messed up with Big Gus once where I missed a phone call, the Jason Nunley deal. Which, by the way, Lummy, I think you're getting with Griffo and finding out when they're...
I got the dates and everything. Him and I going back and forth.
Let me know so I can write them down.
We'll talk after.
Because the next time that Big Gus does a big Harley deal, I'm going to be there. Hopefully Shannon Burke will be there as well.
That's the plan.
So Big Gus calls me and was like, hey, man, I need you to cut me some commercials for the tractor, Big Gus tractor. Big Gus tractors and supply. I need a couple commercials for that. And he goes, are you aware of what Skag's doing for the military and for the first responders and stuff? I'm like, no. I thought I would think that Randy and Maria would have let me know about this. And like, no, I think he said, I think they may have just rolled it out, but Gus was just finding out about it because I'm assuming that, SCAG corporate got a hold of all the, their clients, all the places that sell SCAG, their retailers, if you will. And it's called the First Responder Discount Program, Simply the Brave. So I think maybe, a piece of an email or a promotional piece or a conference call or, a mass email to all the dealers, maybe was yesterday or the day before, outlining this new I'll just read it. SCAG Power Equipment is proud to announce the Simply the Brave program, now available year-round. Maybe, Lummy, they only had it like for Veterans Day and Memorial. Maybe they only had it a few times each year. Now they're rolling it out full-time.
Awesome.
This program offers pricing discounts up to 15% off the manufacturer's suggested retail price on SCAG lawnmowers and mower accessories, and is available to current and retired fire, police, and EMT personnel, as well as active duty and military veterans. So you get 15% across the board, no questions asked. We at SCAG represent and honor all of those who keep our country and its citizens safe and free day in and day out. We humbly offer our thanks to these heroes for all that they do. Contact your local SCAG dealer for details. Offer valid while supplies last. Offer valid while supplies last. Not valid on past purchases. You can't roll up in there and say, "Hey, 2 months ago, I bought me a Cheetah 2, and I need that 15%." No. But roll up to your local SCAG dealer. Lummy, I got Mike's Lawnmower in Ocala. I got Big Gus Tractors in Fort Walton Beach. I got less of Wesley Chapel, less of Bradenton, less of Clearwater. Find out. I got Eel River up there where Larry Plummer is from.
Oh,
so,
good.
you can go to scag.com and find your local retailer that stocks SCAG, whether it's a Windstorm, whether it's a Jackal, whether it's a Zero Turn, whether it's a Cheetah 2. It doesn't matter. Get 15% off if you're active or retired military, firefighter, EMT, police officer, and again, current or retired. It starts and stops with going to scag.com, finding out where your nearest retailer is, rolling up in there, and getting your 15% off.
You should drive your SCAG today so it can get that kidney stone out.
Yeah, I should.
And then that could be a big selling for it. SCAG gets your kidney stones out.
I got a new Windstorm.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that thing, 10,000 CFMs.
Blow you away.
Oh, my God. 10,000 CFMs. Scag.com, ladies and gentlemen. 15% off. Military, retired, active, EMT, firefighters, police. Take advantage. Go to scag.com. Thank you to Randy. Thank you to Maria the Glue. You'll never see me on anything but a SCAG. Jay, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for today. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a great week.
Danny was great today, too.
He was.
Lummy, I'm going to do my stuff.
Sounds good.
How long? Like an hour?
Yeah.
I think
that would be perfect. Yeah, did we do it? Yeah. 2? Yeah, we're good.
I can go an hour?
Yeah.
What if I go longer?
Okay, then not even better.
How many did I get done yesterday? 2?
Yes.
So I need to get 2 more, maybe 3 done today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Don't forget scag.com. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter program.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.